You know, sometimes all you need is 20 seconds of insane courage. Just literally 20 seconds of just embarrassing bravery. And I promise you, something great will come of it.
For all the ladies in the place. Question asking, blunt passing, music blasting, but I just can't quit because one of these honeys Biggie got to creep with, sleep with, keep the ep a secret. Why not? Why blow up my spot? Cause we both got hot. Now check it. I got more Mac than Craig and in the bed. Believe me, sweetie, I got enough to f needy. No need to be greedy. I got mad friends with Benzes. See notes by the layers. True fucking players. Jump in the Rover and come over. Tell your friends jump in the GS3. I got the karmic. Free. Honey, really, I'm asking. Most of these niggas think they be macking, but they be acting. Who they attracting with that line? What's your name? What's your sign? Soon as he buy that wine, I just creep up from behind and ask you what your interests are. Be with things to make you smile. What numbers to dial? You gon' be here for a while? I'm gon' call my crew. You gon' call your crew. We can rendezvous at the bar around 2. Plans to leave, throw the keys to C's. Put the truck up front and roll up the next brunch so we can steam on the way to the telly. Go fill my belly. A T-bone steak, cheese, eggs, and Welch's grape. Conversate for a few, cause we gon' do what we came to do. Ain't that right, boo? Forget the telly, we just go to the crib and watch a movie in the jacuzzi, smoke L's while you do me. Imagine ends is giving ends to my friends and it feels stupendous. Tremendous cream, fuck $1 and a dream. Still tote gas strapped with infrared beams. Chopping O's, smoking optimals, money holes and clothes, all a nigga knows. A foolish pleasure, whatever. I had to find the buried treasure, so grams I had to measure. However, living better now, coochie now. Drop top BMs, I'm the man, girl, fool.
You know, sometimes all you need is 20 seconds of insane courage. Just literally 20 seconds of just embarrassing bravery. And I promise you, something great will come of it.
To all the ladies in the place with style and grace, allow me to lace these lyrical douches in your bushes who rock grooves and make moves with all the mommies. The back of the club sipping Moet as you find me. The back of the club macking hoes, my crew's behind me. Mad question asking, blunt passing, music blasting. But I just can't quit because one of these honeys Biggie got to creep with, sleep with, keep the ep a secret. Why not? Why blow up my spot? Cause we both got hot. Now check it. I got more Mac than Craig and in the bed. Believe me, sweetie, I got enough to f needy. No need to be greedy. I got mad friends with Benzes. See notes by the layers. True fucking players. Jump in the Rover and come over. Tell your friends jump in the GS3. I got the chronic free. Straight up, honey, really, I'm asking. Most of these niggas think they be macking, but they be acting. Who they attracting with that line? What's your name? What's your sign? Soon as he buy that wine, I just creep up from behind and ask you what your interests are. Be with things to make you smile. What numbers to dial? You gon' be here for a while. I'm gon' call my crew. You gon' call your crew. We can rendezvous at the bar around 2. Plans to leave, throw the keys to C's. Put the truck up front and roll up the next blunt so we can steam on the way to the telly. Go fill my belly. A T-bone steak, cheese, eggs, and Welch's grape. Conversate for a few, cause we gon' do what we came to do. Ain't that right, boo? Forget the telly, we just go to the crib and watch a movie in the jacuzzi, smoke L's while you do me.
Hey, hi, hello. What's up, Internet? How's it going out there? I hope everyone is doing well and good. I hope you're having a good day. It's almost the weekend. Oh yeah, I wonder if that got approved. Rudy Stayer. Oh, it didn't. Damn it, 7TV. Damn you! I added a bunch of emails, but they're not approved yet. Unless... Let me try reloading. I uploaded so many. I've been very busy. No! No! Fucking 7TV. I guess the more you upload emotes, then the quicker they get approved. So that's why I uploaded so many, but maybe they're like suspicious because I spammed. I don't remember how long it took last time. I thought it was just like a day. It's so good though. I did Rudy's mugshot. I probably could have just waited for someone else to do it, but Tofu asked me to. And if Tofu asks you to make an emote, you make the motherfucking emote, okay? Okay? Yeah, there's not a Trump one yet that I see. At least first off. Anyway. There's so much fucking happening. So very much. It's election season, baby. It's happening. It is. I feel like it's early, but maybe not. I don't really know. What is time anyway? Who knows? The debate was insane. I've seen it like 15,000 times now. But we're gonna see it again. I'm not sure if they watched all of it on Leftovers or just clips, but we'll see. I do want to start with the Tucker thing. Trump was on Tucker at the same time as the debates, just to own them, I guess. It seems like Tucker actually got more views than the debate did, so that sucks. I hate that. Why? Why? Why do people love him so much? Why is there such a cult around Trump? I mean, I don't know. People really think that, like, he made things better, and, like, hello? Do you have fucking amnesia? Did you forget his entire presidency? He spent most of the time golfing and palling around with, like, Russian oligarchs. It's like just a weird time. It's like how one man took an entire country from hating Russia to fucking sucking their boots. Sucking their little fascist boots. It's crazy. Go Trump! Oh god. Please no. I do have a lot of love for this emote, though. I have to say. Trump tweeted 2 hours ago, and it's over 40 million, Jesus. Yeah, I saw he's tweeting again. We're so motherfucking back. The content, it's back. He hasn't tweeted anything else, has he? This is such a weird, like, post to come back with. His last post was January 8th, 2021. His last tweet was, "To those who asked, I will not be going to the inauguration on January 20th. No shit. No shit. Oh, what a fucking loser, dude. Yeah, I guess we can just get into it. I don't have much personal news. I've just been busy editing. Oh yeah, there's a video. There's a YouTube video. Alert. Alert. Let me link that real quick before... Oh! YouTube. Anyway, I hope y'all are good. Oh no. YouTube links look so weird, like, every time. Why? I really feel like they could, like, work on that. Maybe not, though, because there's just too many fucking videos. Pull this into here. Dude, what is this shit? Mugshot. August 24, 2023. Election interference. Never surrender. You literally... This is literally a picture of you surrendering. You had to surrender yourself today. So So what happened to Never Surrender? You literally caught in 4K or at 720p surrendering. So that sucks. You hate to see it. Oh, Donnie boy. I pulled up a few clips, but I guess I'll just see if they play these during leftovers. So we can just do the Twitter thing. Oh, I need to change my display real quick. Wait, should I just full screen? Oh, wait, no, it didn't work on full screen. That's why it's like this. Okay. It's fine. Debate night. Oh my god. Oh my god. They were just like watching it together after too. So lame. All right.
It's debate night, but we're not in Milwaukee.
The smug ass look.
Mr. President, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Why aren't you at the Fox News debate tonight in Milwaukee?
Well, a lot of people have been asking me that, and many people said you shouldn't do them, but you see the polls have come out, and I'm leading by 50 and 60 points. And, some of them are at 1 and 0 and 2. And I'm saying, do I sit there for an hour or 2 hours, whatever it's going to be, and get harassed by people that shouldn't even be running for president? Should I be doing that? And a network that isn't particularly friendly to me, frankly. They were backing Ron DeSanctimonious like crazy, and now they've given up on him. I mean, it's a lost cause. It reminded me very much of 2016. In 2016, I went through the same stuff and had to fight them all the way, and then they became very friendly after I won, or just about when I was winning. But I just felt it would be more appropriate not to do the debate. I don't think it's right to do it. If you're leading by 50, 60, I have one problem leading by 70 points, and I'm saying, why am I doing it? And I'm going
70 points. Is that true?
to have 8 people, 10 people, whoever made the debate. I don't know how many
That's
it is,
true.
but I'm going to have all these people screaming at me,
I mean, he has been leading, that's true, but I don't know by 70. I haven't seen that.
shouting questions at me, all of which I love answering, I love doing, but it doesn't make sense
And also, polls are like kind of bullshit, honestly.
to do them. So I've taken a pass, as you probably noticed.
Well, I did. I'm grateful that you did. It's interesting, though, because you spent a lot of your career in television.
Yeah.
You had a top show in television on NBC. But you don't feel the need now running for president to do television, obviously. Do you think television is declining?
Well, according to a poll that I guess we just saw, it just came out where it's down like 30, 35%, but I think they were referring to cable. I think cable's down because it's lost credibility. MSNBC, or as they say, MSDNC, is so bad. It's so...
MSDNC. Nobody says that. Nobody says that.
wrong what they write and what they do and what they say. It's it's fake news, as I said. I think I came up with that term. I hope I did, because it's a good one. It's not tough enough anymore. It's corrupt news. Really what you do is call it corrupt news, but somehow that doesn't play as nicely. But it is corrupt news. So you have MSNBC and you have CNN, who's absolutely doing no ratings at all. I mean, they're dead. But they're doing none because they don't have credibility. They really don't have credibility. Fox is way down, as you know. And the good old days are long ago. I will say this, it could come back, but they just don't have a lot of credibility. Tucker, you know that perhaps better than anybody. I think it was a terrible move getting rid of you. You were number one on television, and all of a sudden we're doing this interview, but we'll get bigger ratings using this crazy forum that you're using than probably the debate or competition.
When you say there are people on stage who shouldn't be running for president, who do you mean?
Well, I don't want to really use names, but it wouldn't matter too much. A guy like, I call him Ada Hutchinson. It's Asa, but I call him Ada.
Why do you call him Ada?
I could tell you, but I don't want to get myself in a little trouble.
What does that mean? Literally, what does that mean? Just being misogynistic for fun? I feel like he wouldn't be afraid to say that. What does that mean? Some people were speculating he meant ADA, like Americans with Disabilities Act, like a ableist slur. But that's too smart. I feel like that's too smart of a joke for him.
But he's weak and pathetic, and he was, I never understood the guy, never knew him. He was the governor of Arkansas, not a very popular guy. I don't know how but that state is such a great state. The people are so incredible in that state, and they love me and I love them. How does this guy get elected governor of Arkansas? But he's nasty always, and has been. A guy like Chris Christie, the guy left with a 8%, think of it, 8% approval rating in New Jersey. Now he's running for president. And he runs solely on the basis, oh, let's get Trump. He's like a savage maniac. He's like a lunatic. And that's all he talks about. His poll numbers are very, very low. He's about 2%.
What's he like? You know him well.
No, I've been friendly with him over the years, but I couldn't give him a job because I just never trusted him very much. I was just never one of his people that really trusted him. I never gave him the job. And that's one of the reasons he feels so hurt and so betrayed. And I understand that. I really do. I understand it. But I never gave him. You know, he wanted to be different things. He was looking at different elements of the administration. And we decided, I decided just, I didn't want to do it. And now I'm glad I did, because you see, but you know, we had some great people. I had great people. We'll have even better people if we do this, because now I know Washington. Before I didn't know Washington. But guys like Bill Barr were terrible. I mean, they were, I would say, Bushies. I say that with respect to the Bush family, but they were Bushies, and just it doesn't work out for us.
It was clear, this is kind of far afield, but it was just interesting. I read Barr's account of his time. He wrote a book about it,
right?
His autobiography, and in it he lies about Jeffrey Epstein's death. Clearly lies. Do you think Epstein killed himself sincerely?
I don't know. I will say that, you know, he was a fixture in Palm Beach.
Yeah.
I don't know what Barr said about it either. I have no idea what he said. What did he say? He killed himself, probably?
He said he killed himself and that they were going to do this investigation. They never did the investigation. It's never been public. Well, and they hid it. And like, why are they doing that? And clearly Barr knew. But why would Bill Barr be covering up?
Dude, Bushies. Bushies. Why does that sound like a slur? Okay, what? I just straight to the Epstein stuff. Just fully on his Q grift.
Up the death of Jeffrey Epstein.
Bill Barr didn't do an investigation on the election fraud either. Okay, he said he did, and he pretended he did, but he didn't. McSwain, the U.S. attorney in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, said Barr just wouldn't let him do it. It was crazy. Barr became so petrified, so frightened of being impeached. They were going to impeach him. I don't know if you remember it.
Yeah.
It's not a big moment in history. But they said, we're going to impeach. You know, they play a much rougher game, the left, the lunatics. And they were going to impeach Bill Barr, and he was petrified. Now, how do you not get impeached? Don't do any of this stuff. But he didn't do the job there. I don't know what he did with Epstein, but possibly he didn't.
Do you think it's possible that Epstein was killed?
Oh, sure, it's possible. I mean, I don't really believe. I think he probably committed suicide. He had a life with, you know, beautiful home.
Probably. Come on, man. I feel like this is the one thing that's like kind of bipartisan. Like, a lot of people believe that he didn't kill himself. People get killed in prison all the time by guards and by other inmates all the time. I don't. It's not outside the realm of possibility that someone else did that shit.
Homes and beautiful everything, and he all of a sudden he's incarcerated and not doing very well. I would say that he did, but there are those people. There are many people. I think you're one of them, right? But a lot of people think that he was killed. He knew a lot on a lot of people.
He was killed.
You think so?
I think the closer you look, I'm not a conspiracy person at all. I believe everything I hear.
But
yeah.
Not at all.
Yeah, the closer you look into it, I mean, the Attorney General of the United States, your Attorney General clearly lied about the Epstein death.
Yeah,
and
he was.
Why?
He was certainly. It wasn't well done. They had no cameras. They had no anything. Everybody was sleeping, and a case could be made. Look, I'm not going to get involved in it, but I can tell you, a case could be made either way. But it certainly wasn't the most well-run place.
So the reason I'm asking you is I'm looking at the trajectory since 2015 when you got into politics, for real, and then won. It started with protests against you, massive protests, right. Organized protests by the left, and then it moved to impeachment twice,
right?
And now indictment. I mean, the next stage is violence. Are you worried that they're going to try and kill you? Why wouldn't they try and kill you, honestly?
They're savage animals. They are people that are sick, really sick. You have great people in the Democrat Party. You have great people that are Democrats. Most of the people in our country are fantastic, and I'm representing everybody. I'm not just Republicans or conservatives.
Sure.
I represent everybody. I'm the president of everybody.
Sure. I'm the president of everybody. Yeah. Sure. Sure. Yeah, you never said anything about invading Democrat-run cities with the military, like during BLM or anything like that. You would never, because you represent all of America. Yeah.
But I've seen what they do. I've seen the lengths that they go to when they make up the Russia. When that's exposed and they go down, and Barr should have gone after them, and other people should have gone after, and they did very late, because the Durham report came out. It was fairly good. It could have been a lot tougher, I guess, but it was fairly good. But it explained how corrupt it was. I'll tell you who did a great job was the Inspector General Horowitz. He did a phenomenal report. You didn't have to go to Durham. He did it on Comey and on, I guess, McCabe and some others, and it was a vicious, it was basically a true report, how bad they are. But these people are sick people. These are people that I think they hate our country. You want to know the truth. When you see open borders, when you see these policies that they have, and so many other things.
There's no open borders.
It's so sad to see. We have a country that's very fragile right now. I've never seen, I will say, look, I ran in 16, which was 15, but I ran in 16 election.
That shit makes me so mad. We watched this video recently. It was in Arizona, right? I think it was. Border, that should do it. Yeah.
Stay on the immigration.
Housing people outside in heat waves. In heat waves.
Station, which is about 2 hours west of Tucson. The migrants could be seen huddling in a small area where there was a bit of shade on a day when temperatures reached 100.
Does it look like a goddamn open border to you? Jesus fucking Christ.
114 degrees in the area. Meanwhile, the group Humane Borders says the bodies of at least 13 people have been found over the past month in the Sonoran Desert.
Oh, shit. It's not captured right. Wait, did you see it? Oh, no. My bad. There. Yeah. Just like under a tent, but it's set up wrong. So it's like going east-west. Just letting in all the sun all day. Like, this is the facility. That's it. Of course, there's like administrative buildings not for holding anyone.
Knows that this portion of the desert is as deadly as it gets. And as you mentioned at the top of the show, we are right now experiencing
loads of people die. Like, not a lot of water out there. Like, Even if the border was open. Like, it's not exactly fucking easy. You know what I mean? Like, I just...
In 16, and there was tremendous spirit. In 20, there was even more spirit. We got millions and millions more votes. You know, it wasn't even a contest. People said, well, what'd you think of 20? I said, we did much better. We did. You got to base it on the number of votes. We got many more votes in 20 than we did in 16. But the election was rigged. It was a rigged election. And with COVID, they used COVID to cheat in a lot of different things, and we have so much on it. It's like so easy. But we had judges that didn't want to look. We had people didn't want to get involved. They called you, he's a conspiracy theorist if you say anything about the election. But I have never seen spirit like there is right now. Even coming down here, just the people on the road that are just absolutely going crazy. And the reason is, I think they like me, and I know they love my policies. I hope they like me too. You know, a lot of people say they don't like me, but they like my policies. I think they like me. But I have never seen spirit like it is right now. And the reason is because Crooked Joe...
Wait, I just realized that he has, like, gray hair. It's, like, fully gray. He was, like, trying to dye it blonde before. Interesting.
Joe Biden is so bad. He's the worst president in the history of our country. I don't think he's going to make it to the gate, but, you know, you never know. But he's a corrupt person, so corrupt that I took the name off Hillary. You know, I don't do two people at one time. I took the crooked Hillary and I retired.
Everyone knows there can only be one corrupt person at a time.
That was a good day for her. I bet she was very happy. And I used it for Joe because it's Crooked Joe. But Joe is really...
But you don't think he's going to make it to November of 24?
Well, I think he's worse mentally than he is physically. And physically, he's not exactly a triathlete or any kind of an athlete. You look at him, he can't walk to the helicopter. He walks, he can't lift his feet out of the grass. You know, it's only 2 inches at the White House, right? That's not a lot. But you watch him, and it looks like he's walking on toothpicks. So, and then you see...
My guy, you're in a glass house. I don't think you really want to be running that game. Should I? Should I pull up the clip? Must I? Where is it? It's a slippery slope, y'all. This music. It's a slippery slope. Very slippery. No hand guards. Yeah, much better than Biden. So much better. You're right. You're right.
See him on the beach where he can't lift a chair. You know, those chairs are meant to be light, right? They're like 2 ounces. Yeah. You lift them up. He can't lift the chair. He can't walk to the chair. And I don't know what they're doing with the beach. You know, this beach is seeming to play a big role, but they love pictures of him on the beach. I think it looks terrible on the beach. It looks terrible on the beach.
Skinny legs.
Well, he can't walk through the sand. You know, sand is not that easy to walk through, but when he walks through it, he can't walk through the sand. And there's somebody in there that thinks he looks fabulous at the beach. I think he looks horrible.
I wouldn't say sand is very easy to walk through. Let's see you do it. Let's see you do it.
At the beach. Plus, the beach doesn't represent what a president's supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be working. You're supposed to be getting us out of that horrible, horrible war that we're very much involved in with Russia and Ukraine. You could do that. You could do that very easily.
But you were golfing, like most of your presidency.
I believe you could do that I don't believe he could do it because he's just incompetent. But that's a war that should end immediately, not because of one side or the other, because hundreds of thousands of people are being killed. Can you imagine you're in an apartment house and rockets are going into that building and blowing it up and knocking it down? And why should anybody, human beings, these are human, whether they're Russian or Ukrainian or whatever they are, it's got to be stopped. And it can be stopped very easily. It would have never started. If I were president, it would have never started.
So back to Biden, I'm interested. So you think?
I don't think that's true. I simply don't think that's true. You're not going to stop Putin. Like, please. Please.
I think he's failing. He obviously is failing. I think it's clear to everybody. But that would make Kamala Harris the candidate?
Well, not really. I mean, I guess they'd have maybe a free-for-all. A lot of people say she has to remain for certain reasons the candidate. She has to. I don't think that's true, actually. I don't think that other people would stand for it. She has some bad moments. Her moments are almost as bad as his. I think his are worse, actually.
Kamala's they're pretty bad. The word salad moments, it's pretty bad. My all-time favorite is her describing how to bake a turkey for Thanksgiving. Amazing.
Yeah.
But
she seems pretty senile, too.
She speaks in rhyme. You know, it's weird.
I don't think she's senile. I think she's on a lot of benzos.
It's weird, but she has bad moments. And
in rhyme? What do you?
Well, the way she talks, the bus will go here and then the bus will go there because that's what buses do. And it's weird. The whole thing is weird. This is not a president of the United
States. He's talking about the time that she's saying the wheels on the bus go round and round. That's also a very good one. Wheels on the bus go round and round. She really likes buses, okay? She just really likes them. It's completely normal. Very normal.
President of the United States, Kamala Harris, she of the awkward laugh and bumbling diplomacy. Have a look at her at an event to promote electrifying school buses.
So here's the thing. Who doesn't love a yellow school bus, right? Can you raise your hand if you love a yellow school bus, right? Just, there's something about the, and most of us, many of us went to school on the yellow school bus, right?
Wow,
and it's
yeah.
It's part of
so true, Queen.
Our experience growing up. It's part of, a nostalgia and a memory of the excitement and joy of going to school, to be with your favorite teacher, to be with your best friends, and to learn. The school bus takes us there.
I love learning.
Yep. The school bus takes you to school.
Wait, they didn't show the best part?
A nostalgia and a memory of the excitement.
She starts singing the wheels on the bus go round and round. Oh, wait. It's a different time. It's a different bus clip. Man, she just really likes buses. So off key, like not the right beat, just nothing right about the way she sings it at all. If you're gonna sing it, you know. Round and round. You can laugh too.
United States future, and I think they probably have some kind of a primary, and other people will get involved.
Newsom, right? I
mean, could be. I mean, you know, I always got along well with him, believe it or not. But could be him, could be somebody else. He's got a big load on his shoulders because you look at California, what's happened. But I don't know if the American people really, the people that vote for him, I don't even know if they care. You know, you look at so many of the things that are going on, and people don't seem to be. In the old days, if you had a bad record, it meant a lot. Today, if you have a bad record, it doesn't really mean anything. You know, he looks good. He's a nice-looking guy, speaks well. But Biden, every time you watch him talking, it's like He's walking on eggs. You're waiting for him to collapse. And he almost always does. And I got to know the leaders.
Almost always? What do you mean, almost always? Isn't it been like 5 times? Buses are awesome. It's true. It's true. I wish there were more buses. Just in general. Hi, Tired. I'm pretty good. How are you? Such a big, beautiful man. Believe me, the biggest and most beautiful, but not that big. He only weighs 215 pounds.
Of all of the countries, essentially, but the big ones. And the bigger, the tougher the leader. You know, it's like sort of, I guess maybe that's the way it's supposed to be, but I got to know President Xi of China and Putin and Kim Jong-un, North Korea. Did a great job with North Korea, kept us out of a nuclear war. We would have 40,000 dead soldiers right now. They'd drop a nuke right on top of the military base, but we have 40.
Tall energy. It's over. He wins. It's true. It's true. I don't even know. 6'1" at most. I'm giving him 6'1" and like minimum 300.
3,000 soldiers over there. And I did great. I got along with him great. That's a positive. You know, the press said, he said nice things about Kim Jong-un. I also said horrible things at the beginning. Horrible enough that he wanted to talk. And we talked, and we met in Singapore. We met actually twice. And we had unbelievable meetings. I know him very well. We were in great shape with him.
What do you think he and Xi and Putin think of Biden?
I think they can't believe it. I think they probably say this is some kind of a system. You know, they had great respect for our country. They respected me. They had great respect for our country when I was there. Every one of them. Look, if you go to,
I'm sure. I feel like he was probably just laughing at Trump the entire time. But all right.
North Korea. You take a look at what happened. You know, the Olympics was dead. South Korea spent billions on the Olympics. Nobody was going to go. They didn't want to get blown up. They called me and they said, we are going to let the Olympics proceed. This is North Korea. I said, you should go into the Olympics. Put your athletes in. It wasn't like, you know, they were big on athletes because, you know.
Famine.
But they went in and they actually participated. And within about 2 days, the entire thing was sold out. And if it wasn't me, that would have never happened. But I got along very well with him, and that's a positive thing. He does have massive nuclear power, by the way. And if Hillary would have gotten in, or if the Obama thought process continued, it would have been a nuclear war, absolutely, with North Korea. He was expecting to go into a war, and it would have been a nuclear war.
So do you think the rest of the world looks on at Biden and thinks someone else has got to be running the government?
Well, somebody else has to be. I don't think he's capable of doing anything. Look.
I mean, if it was anyone, wouldn't it be the vice president? Right? You know what I mean? If he was just the puppet, then it would just be Kamala, or I don't know, his wife maybe. But I don't know. I don't see much of Joe Biden at all.
When I debated him, I said, how come, and this was in front of probably not a friend of yours, Chris Wallace. He was the
No, because boobs. Oh, you're right. You're right.
Moderator.
Not a friend.
I said, why is it? He wants to be Mike, but he doesn't have the talent. It's one of those
bitchy little man.
He wanted to be his father, but he didn't have the talent of his father was great. His father,
a little fussy man.
His father interviewed me in 60 Minutes. It was actually a 10. Can you believe it?
No, I totally believe. His father had talent, at least.
I may have been the only guy that he gave a good 60 Minutes to. He was rough.
Really?
His father was tough. He was great, though. He was great at what he did. But Chris Wallace was so upset. He was guarding this guy who wouldn't do a show, by the way. You know, he wouldn't do. I figured. I didn't mind Chris Wallace because Biden wouldn't do a show. And it was very obvious. You know, he kept asking him, but he wouldn't do the show. So I figured he's.
Wait, Chase, I don't remember that. I think I missed that. Or I'm just forgetting. When was that?
He's got to like me, but he came from a different planet. But remember when I asked the question, why is it that the mayor of Moscow's wife is allowed to give you $3.5 million. Don't forget, that was brought up, now it's brought up all the time, but that was brought up by me long before anyone ever heard of it. I said, the mayor of Moscow's wife giving you $3.5 million. What did you do to deserve $3.5 million? To Biden. And Chris Wallace said, this has nothing to do with the debate. I mean, he fought.
He got in the way of the question.
No, well, it was crazy. And I said, well, wait a minute. He got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife. Now, people forget that, but if you go back and take a look, you will see. And Chris.
What? That's so fucking random. I did not read that. What? I mean, I don't think Biden's a good guy. So what? Like, so what? I don't know. When I was a normie, Tucker is insufferable, truly. Give me the juice. Oh my god, I never saw this. This is so delightful. They hate him so much. Incredible, incredible. I'm gonna have to bookmark this because wow, that's great. Thank you. Thank you. He got upset and did a bunch of man-child behavior. Yeah, of course he did. I'm sure there were like 50 tweets after that. Before leaving, oh my god. Wait, he did man-child behavior there? God. He's such a baby.
Chris Wallace didn't want me to ask that question. I said, I think it's a very appropriate question. It turned out to be much more appropriate than people thought.
Amazing. So do you have a preference in, assuming you're the Republican nominee and all goes as you plan it to go, do you have a preference in who you run against?
In many ways, I'd love to run against him because his record's so bad. You know, it's still horrible when you look at inflation and everything else, but others also have very bad records. I mean, California's a bad record, so, you know, should it be Gavin or should it be somebody else? When I look at San Francisco, what's happened to that incredible city? That was one of the greatest cities in the world just a short while ago, and now it's very sad when you look at it. Los Angeles.
Is the DNC even gonna do debates? Like, they just like giving up on doing anything or what?
Every city, practically, all the Democrat-run cities. You know, Republican-run cities are doing very nicely because they arrest people when you have crimes. And they don't go after political candidates because they think it's good. You know, I mean, it's like been amazing. My poll numbers are the highest I've ever had. But because people understand it.
Can I just ask you, that gets back to my original question. So if the protest didn't work, you got elected anyway. Yeah. Impeachment didn't work twice, obviously. Indictment is not working. Your poll numbers go up. When they raided Mar-a-Lago in August of last year, your numbers went up. They can indict you 20 times and you're not gonna lose the Republican primary because of that.
Well, so, it makes it look even more ridiculous. I mean, the 4 indictments, and maybe there'll be more, I don't know. These people are crazy.
But they're counterproductive, so if you chart it out, it's an escalation, is what I'm saying. Yeah. So what's next? After, you know, try to put you in prison for the rest of your life, that's not working, so like, don't they have to kill you now?
I think the people of our country don't get enough credit for how smart they are. And I'm not sure I would have said this 10 years ago, but they get it, you know? They really get it. When somebody gets indicted, your poll numbers go down. When somebody gets indicted, you announce, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be leaving to spend time with my family and to fight for the rest of my life on this stuff. But you're out of politics. I got indicted 4 times. All trivia, nonsense, bullshit.
Trivia. Trivia. Motherfucking guy. Swear to God.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
It's all bullshit. It's horrible when you look and you look at what they're doing. The boxes hoax, I'm covered by the Presidential Records Act. I'm allowed to do exactly that. He's not covered.
No, you're not. You weren't president when you did that. So you're not, actually.
Covered, and he's got 25 times the number of boxes. And he's got them stored in Chinatown. He's got them stored in a flimsy garage underneath his Corvette at Penn. And by the way, at Penn, he gets millions of dollars. China pays this guy millions of dollars. See, I think he's the most...
Yeah, but you see, he is president now, and he gave them back. So...
most corrupt president we've ever had. And he also has the distinction of being the most incompetent. And I believe both. I mean, he's both incompetent and corrupt.
So
and
who
I
is running the
actually
government?
believe he's compromised because China knows so much about him. They know where the money comes from. They know where it is, who paid it, and they probably paid it. Well, they do pay Penn, and he gets $1 million. I think he takes $999,000 because, keeps it a little bit under $1 million, like by $1. But he, in many ways, is a Manchurian candidate. We have a Manchurian candidate, and he's afraid to tell Russia to get out of Cuba. He's afraid to tell China to get out of Cuba. He's afraid. China now is building, think of this. China's...
No one watched that debate, yeah. Far fewer people, I think, watched it than this, which is upsetting.
building military installations in Cuba. The Cuban population of Miami is not too happy because they're never going to be able to go back. And you don't even hear about it. And the worst culprit is the press, the media, because normally, when I first heard that China's building installations in Cuba, and installations means military installations, okay, they said just some communication. They did that on the islands with Japan. They took the island, they started this massive construction, and they told everybody, including the Japanese have to be very careful. They told everybody that this is a housing development. They're going to build a housing development. And I said, how come the runway is 20,000 feet long? Private jets need 4,000.
20,000 feet.
They don't need 20,000 feet. The big ones need 20,000.
Literally? Is that true? Wait, is that right? 250 million views, definitely more than the debate, yeah. It's hard to say across, cable and, it was on Rumble and YouTube. I don't know the amalgamation for the debate, but...
1,000 feet. They don't even need 20. And I looked at the runway, I said, that's the largest runway ever built, both in width and length, for housing development. There's nobody that has a plane that big that you would have a runway that's
Why
that's
is
for
China
testing.
allowed to conduct imperialism in our hemisphere?
Well, yeah, and it's far beyond Cuba. It's all over South America.
Yeah, in the Caribbean.
So we built a thing called the Panama Canal.
I'm sorry, are runways really that long? I feel like that's not right. I feel like that's too long. Typical commercial airline, between 8,000 and 13,000 feet. So, of course, he's exaggerating. Who could have predicted this?
We lost 35,000 people to the mosquito, malaria.
Yeah.
We lost 35,000 people building. We lost 35,000 people because of the mosquito. Vicious. They had to build under nets. It was one of the true great wonders of the world. As he said, one of the 9 wonders of the world. No, it was one of the 7. It happened a little while ago, It says 9 wonders of the world. You could make 9 wonders. He would have been better off if he stuck with the 9 and just said, yeah, I think it's 9. But this is one of the true 7 wonders of the world. And you take a look at the Panama Canal. It was such an incredible engineering marvel. We sold it under Jimmy Carter. We sold it to Panama for $1. The following day, they quadrupled the amount of money that ships had to pay to get across. They didn't lose one ship. And now they've made it much bigger, and now they've widened it. They've doubled it, right? They've more than doubled it.
What the fuck is he talking about? Literally, what is he saying? What are chips? I don't know what he means. And what do you mean he's mad that we sold the Panama Canal back to Panama for $1? It's their canal. It's literally theirs. What? This fucking guy, I swear to God, dude. They actually need that much runway. Oh. I can Google it. It might work. Yeah, no, don't worry. I trust you. That would make sense if it's like a super heavy aircraft. Sure.
And it's one of the most profitable things. Any time it's just incredible, right? We gave it away for $1. China now controls it. They actually control the Panama Canal. They run it, they control it. And we shouldn't let that happen. And we can't let China be in Cuba. And they'll get out. If I'm president, they'll get out. Because I had a very good relationship with President Xi, but he respected this country, he respected me, and he'll get out.
Oops.
And we can't let them run.
Yeah, I fucking doubt that. I highly doubt that.
The Panama Canal. We built the Panama Canal. Should have never been given to Panama. We should have had it.
The fucking entitlement, dude. No, yeah, the Panama Canal, that belongs to America. Even though it's named the Panama Canal and is, in fact, in Panama, it should have been ours. Bro, come on. Is he trying to fucking do colonialism again? What is this shit?
But we gave it for $1. Think of it. They quadrupled in one day. They lifted the fees, which are, you know, pretty big for these massive ships to go through, right? Rather.
Good. Fuck it. Why do I care? I do not give a shit.
Rather than going around the Cape and to all the tremendous storms, such beauty, such, you know, it's beautiful stuff. But you didn't want to get caught in those storms. Those were storms that wiped out the biggest ships. And we go through the Panama Canal. We built it, and we.
Panama has no military. No military. Panama Defense Forces. National Guard Armed Forces of Panama. Created in 1983. It looks like they do, in fact, have a military. Active personnel 16,300. Peaked in 2019 with 28,000 armed forces. I don't know what you're saying.
I gave it away for $1. Think of that. How stupid are we? We have done the stupidest things in this country. And now we have a president that can't put two sentences together, can't speak, can't walk, can't talk. I don't think he gets to the starting gate, but these people do miracles. I mean, he ran out of his basement, and you got away with that one because of COVID, so he sort of got away with it. They cheated on the election. But you have people that are very smart, but they're fascists and they're radical left lunatics, and they're destroying our country with the all-electric cars.
You're a fascist. You're a fascist. Electric cars are not fascist. What?
And the windmills all over the place, which, by the way, don't work, and they're all, most of them made in China.
Shut
For the
up!
most part, they're made in China. Germany a little bit, but China. But you look at what's happening to our country, even no voter ID. I mean, why don't they want voter ID? There's only one reason they don't want voter ID, because they want to cheat. I mean, who doesn't want?
You already have to have an ID to vote. You already have to have that.
You know, the Democrat convention, the last one, they had voter ID that was this big. It looked like a prison card. this big on their chest. You walked in, they had your picture, your this, your fingerprint, they had everything. The most incredible voter ID I've ever seen. That was to get into the Democrat National Convention. But to get into vote, if you buy groceries, if you buy practically anything now, you have ID on a card, credit cards or otherwise.
But don't you think it's racist to have to show your ID?
Well, they probably say that. They use anything not to show ID because voter ID is pretty simple. And we could go back, and we should go back to all paper ballots.
Who is mad that you have to show ID? What? Is that a real thing? I don't think that's a real thing that people are mad about. I think there's issues with like how easy it is to get an ID. That's a problem. The DMV sucks in most places. I don't.
Ballots, voter ID, same-day voting. You know, France did it. France had mail-in ballots, and it was terrible. Anytime you have mail-in ballots, you're going to have massive cheating on your elections. Anytime, but not just the presidential election. Anytime you have...
Isn't that the whole point of them?
Yeah.
So you can cheat?
Oh, yeah, sure. It's their whole point. That's their whole point. They want to cheat, yeah. They have to cheat because their policies are so bad that if they didn't cheat, they couldn't get elected. Who wants open borders? Who wants...
Oh, my God. That's literally just pure projection. Oh my God. Who was it that got indicted for trying to rig the election? Oh yeah, wait, it's you. It was you. Curious.
Who wants high taxes? Who wants high interest rates? Who wants to not be able to use a gas stove? Or have to drive an electric car, which, you know, you have a 4-hour drive, but the car only goes an hour and a half, so you have to charge it. The happiest moment for somebody in an electric car is the first 10.
What car goes for an hour and a half? What are you talking about?
Minutes. In other words, you get it charged, and now for 10 minutes. The unhappiest part is the next hour because you're petrified that you're not going to be found to another charger. People, I'm saying if people, I'm not knocking electric cars, they're fine. They're fine. But if people...
Yeah, it's so much better to take an hour and add it to your commute because you had to stop and get gas. That's so much better.
People want to buy a gasoline car or a hybrid. Hybrids are pretty good, actually. But they should be allowed to buy. They don't want to do any of this. So right now, California's in a big brownout because their grid is a disaster. The grid all over the country is sort of a disaster, but the grid in California. And yet, they want to have in a very short period of time millions and millions of cars going off that grid, essentially. It doesn't work.
So plug your car into a grid that's failing.
You should be able to buy an electric car. You know, electric cars could be fine if you drive short distances and you want to have, you know, whatever, and you have plug-ins everywhere you go. They could be fine. But you got to have gasoline cars. You got to have everything. Let people buy everything. Now there's the new thing is your heating systems in the house. They don't want you to have a modern day heating.
Buy everything. Oh my God. Oh my God. We're all gonna fucking die, dude. We're so doomed.
Heating system. They want you to use a heating system that will cost you at least $10,000 to buy and won't work very well. You know, none of the stuff works as well. One of the things I did with EPA is you have states, many states, most of the states have so much water. You know, it comes out of heaven, right? The water pours down and you have it. It's there. It's got to go wherever it goes, into the oceans, whatever. It's not like a big problem. Now, in some states, they have a problem. You know, you have some desert areas and all, and for that, it's okay. But they have sinks where no water comes out. You turn it on, no water comes out. No water comes out of the shower. No water is allowed to go into the washing machine for your dishes or for your clothing or what. And I avoided all of that.
Wait, they have sinks where no water comes out?
Sure, you have restrictors. When I say no water, very little water. You want to wash your hands, right?
Yeah.
And you've seen this, and you turn on the sink and it's very little.
Sorry, I think I just had a little bit of an aneurysm. Why is he always talking about water and water pressure and appliances? Like, why? Why? Please shut the fuck up. And you're saying Democrats are the only ones with no policies. Please.
Or you want to wash your beautiful hair, right? And you're standing under a shower. Then the suds never go. If the water comes out very slowly. I'm sure you've seen this. It usually takes place in new hotels and new homes.
Yeah, you take a drill and take the
They have
limiter out.
Well, you can, but now they make it so you can't do that so easily. They have a restrictor. It's called a restrictor, and it restricts the water from coming out. So I ended all of that, and you have to see these. They let the water come out. You know what people do? They wash their hands like 5 times longer, or in the washing machine they'll press for their, let's say the dishwasher. They'll press it. Then they'll press it about 7 or 8 times.
Yeah.
They'll end up using more water, and it still won't be very good. I met with the head of Whirlpool. They were practically going out of business during my administration, and they said to me, from Ohio, incredible.
Whirlpool? I sincerely fucking doubt that Whirlpool was ever going out of business. I don't think that's ever been true. They're one of the biggest ones. What are you saying?
Great state. I love Ohio. And they were really doing badly because people were dumping washing machines all over, mostly from South Korea, but also from China.
What?
And he was explaining it's just a terrible situation. I said, let me ask you, how's the quality? He says, we're better, but they are good enough quality. But, of course he's going to say that. But, they are better. He said, but they don't allow us. They're dumping these machines. They're cutting us in half. They're killing us. And
what?
On top of it, the government won't let us use water in them.
They're killing us. They're cutting us in half. That was a violent description, dude. What?
Machines. I mean, he shows me like a quarter of a bottle of water. That's supposed to be washing clothing. And I freed it all up, and I put tariffs on these countries that were selling and the machines coming into the country. And that company went from all the washing machine companies, they make washing machines, they make dryers, they make all of the different machines that do this kind of work, including dishwashers. And they went from a disaster area to being just thriving.
But can I ask
They
why,
love me in that part of Ohio.
Well, I bet they do, but why should EPA, no one at EPA was elected by anybody,
Yeah.
Why do they have the power to decide how much water your washing machine uses? Shouldn't Congress in a democracy get to vote on that?
Yeah, you could say that.
What? No. No. I don't think so, actually. The EPA is a regulatory body. Their job is to do regulation, actually. I know it's a crazy fucking concept to you. But no, yeah, they should just be able to regulate. There's no democracy in like what level of arsenic is safe in water. That's established by science. Fucking troglodyte.
That they do things that are not very...
So how do you, that's my question, how do you, if you get elected again, go back to Washington, how do you keep the agencies under control? How do you keep FBI and CIA specifically under control?
The way you do it, like I fired Comey, that was a big deal. A lot of people said, and I fired him very early. Somebody said, oh, I wish you would have fired him. There was a real question about firing him. Anyway, you understand, because, when they have a 10-year term, there is a question. I fired Comey. That was a great thing. If I didn't fire Comey, maybe I wouldn't be talking to you, or I'd be talking to you about real estate or something else other than politics, right? That was a coup, in my opinion. That was a very sick deal. That was the insurance policy. You remember the insurance policy? Oh, she's going to win, darling. She's going to win. But just in case she doesn't, we have an insurance policy. And insurance policy was what they were doing. And we caught them with that. That was a very important tweet or whatever it was, text. It was a big deal. That was a big deal. The insurance policy. She's going to win 100 million to 1. That's not good odds. At least they gave me 1, right? 100 million to 1. But just in case she doesn't win, we have an insurance policy. And everybody said, that's strange. That's strange. But we caught all that because I fired Comey. Because when I fired Comey, it was like throwing a rock into a hornet's nest, into a nest of bees, and the place went crazy.
So when you were president, are you confident that you knew everything, say, CIA was doing around the world?
No, I'm not. It's a very interesting group of people. I had very good relationships, I thought, but I was a little surprised when I got out that, things go on. Look, it's...
What were you surprised by?
I was surprised. I think it's some of the people. I was surprised that there was... I had a group of people. Look, we killed many, using the CIA, I have to say this, very bad actors. We were very good at it. You look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, bigger than Osama bin Laden. I mean, Osama bin Laden, but al-Baghdadi did ISIS. And
I love when the CIA does mercenary work. Pog crazy. Oh my god. I hate this man so fucking much. So much. Does mental damage. Psychological damage to me, personally.
And he was rebuilding ISIS very strongly.
And that was the CIA that did that?
That was really us that did that.
Yeah.
That was really us that did that. And Soleimani was us that did that, not so much CIA. But we did some very good work with the CIA. But I started, when I looked at the 51 intelligence agents saying that was the laptop from hell was Russia disinformation, when I took a look at that, I said, that's a horrible thing. They knew it wasn't. They knew it was not. And by the way, you're talking about cheating on the election? McLaughlin and Fabrizio, great pollsters, they said a thing like that plus other things meant anywhere from 10 to 17% of the vote would change.
Whatever happened to Mike Pence? You've always been nice to Pence. I've never heard you criticize Pence. You've defended him in public many, many times. He's out there attacking you. What is that?
So Mike wants to run for president. You got to understand.
Criticize Pence. You've defended him.
I'm sorry. This posture, it reminds me of something. It's a Simpsons character. What's his fucking name? The drunk guy. Barney? Something like that?
In public many, many times. He's out there attacking you. What is that?
So Mike wants to run for president. You got to understand, in my opinion, Mike Pence had the absolute right to send the votes back to the legislatures. The Democrats and everybody said, you don't have the right. In other words, what I said, is he a human conveyor belt? You mean if he finds fraud in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, in any of these states, Arizona, he has to send them to Mitch McConnell, right? That's right, sir. Well, if he finds fraud, he has to? Yes, sir. I said, so he's a conveyor belt. Boom, put him in. I said, I don't agree with that. And we had some lawyers, not all, we had some lawyers that said, no, you do have the right to send them back to the legislatures to be rechecked. Because if you looked at what went on in Wisconsin, who, by the way, now agree with me, Wisconsin has been virtually, other than the fact they're not allowed to do anything statutorily, but Wisconsin has been, I mean, what they found is incredible. I mean, we won Wisconsin. But Mike Pence had the right, in my opinion, to send him back.
Do you ever talk to him now?
No, I haven't spoken to him in a long time. I was very disappointed in him. I didn't want to do what Thomas Jefferson did. Thomas Jefferson.
Very disappointed.
It was Georgia. And it was, hear ye, hear, the great state of Georgia is not capable or allowed to tabulate their votes. And Thomas Jefferson, who was the vice president, said, is Georgia sure that they cannot tabulate their votes? Georgia is sure. He didn't send them back and have them redo it. He said, we will keep the votes of the great state of Georgia for Thomas Jefferson and his president. I didn't ask him for that. Could have done that too, but I didn't. I thought that would be turmoil. I asked him to send him back to his legislature to the legislatures, you know, in Wisconsin, let's say.
But why didn't he? I mean, you'd worked together for 4.
No, that's not what you said, is it? I don't think that's completely accurate.
4 years, you're the president, he's VP, you say you're aligned on everything.
I think he got very bad advice. I really do. Now, let me tell you what happened. I sat there with a few people. I think his lawyer was in the room too. His lawyer was very much against it. There were other lawyers that felt you could do it. It was one of those things. I think you could have done it. I think you can always do something if you see fraud or if you see problems. But it's very interesting. So after the election was over, the rhinos got together with the Democrats and they redid the election, so you couldn't do it anymore. So then I called the people. I said, so in other words, you're saying I was right. You could do it. Yes, you could do it. In other words, they took the Voting Act and they redid it so the vice president no longer has the power to do what I said he could do. So when that happened, I said, wow. And you know, you'd look some of these Democrats in the eye and they'd say, he has absolutely no right to do it. And immediately after the election, they met rhinos, could name them all, and Democrats, and they approved legislation that takes away the right of the vice president to do it. So I said, so you're saying I was right. The vice president did have the right to do it, and they said, yes, he did.
So if you're saying they stole it from you last time, why wouldn't they do the same this time?
Oh, well, they'll try. They're going to be trying, yeah. And not only me, you know. Look, DeSantis is out. I think he's gone. So he was at a level. People have figured him out. He's gone. But if somebody else got in, other than me, they'll go at him just as viciously as they did me. These people are sick. They will go after them. And a lot of people say they won't be able to hold up. I do get credit for holding up quite well, I must tell you. I think it's...
How do you do that? How do you get indicted, you know, every week and stay cheerful?
It's...
Yeah. Trump. The picture of sanity, stability, emotional wellness, you can see it. You can see it right there in his face.
I think it's a lot easier because I'm so high in the polls, because it means the people get it. The people see it's a fraud. The people see it, like this horrible district attorney from just a little while ago, from essentially Atlanta, it's Fulton County. She said, basically, I don't have any right to challenge an election. Well, what about Stacey Abrams? What about Hillary Clinton? What about all of these Democrats that are still challenging my election? The same people that are saying he's challenging an election challenged my election. And they did it with slates. They did it with all sorts of things. They were very bad.
Yeah, but they didn't, like, actually ask for fake votes and stuff. So.
Very bad about it. But basically, they're suing me, and they're saying, you don't have any right to challenge it. If you challenge an election, we're going to indict you and put you in jail. So what they're doing is they've weaponized.
You can. There are many legal avenues for challenging an election. It's been done many times. What you can't do is go around asking for favors, bribing people, blackmailing people, shit like that, trying to hack into the actual systems for voting. You can't do any of that.
And don't kid yourself, the DOJ and Biden and the whole group, they're watching all of this stuff. They love the local stuff. You know, the DA in Manhattan. Not only that, they put one of the DOJ top people into the Manhattan DA's office to run things. They don't even have a case against me. It's not even a case. Everyone says, even the Democrats say, you can't bring these cases. You have no case. The Attorney General or the District Attorney, Fannie Willis, in Atlanta, she's getting killed. Basically, she's saying Trump doesn't have the right to criticize an election. But you've been around long enough now. You've seen many elections.
Wait. Did he just straight up say she's getting killed? That felt like a fucking threat, dude.
But you've been around long enough now. You've seen many elections criticized. I mean, Hillary Clinton goes crazy. Every time she talks, she says, he's not the president. Jimmy Carter said, he's not the president. Well, I am the president. Hillary Clinton called me, by
I am the president, dude. He's lost
the way,
it.
3:02 in the morning to congratulate me the night of the election.
Did her voice crack?
Well, her voice was, it's very different, I will say. I won't get into that. But
what do you mean?
Her voice was very different. Don't forget, they were all celebrating at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And I came home and I said, I think we won. I felt we won because the rallies are so big. We'd go to
so delusional.
Wisconsin, and we'd go to Georgia. We'd go to different states. In Michigan, we'd have rallies. In Pennsylvania, we had 58,000 people in Butler. And I said, how are we losing this? How do you have a rally where you have from 50 to 100,000 people, many of them? I did 7 a day for a couple of days. That's a lot. That's a lot. These are big rallies, too. And I didn't hold back. I didn't say, let's make them let's do abbreviations, right? But they challenged this stuff. Yeah. Hillary called me up and conceded. Now, the word is that Obama said you have to do that. But she called up and totally conceded. But now, every time you see her on television, she's saying, she's challenging the election.
Do you think...
So that would mean that she should be indicted, but that would mean also that Stacey Abrams in Georgia should be indicted, because she still thinks she won the election for governor. She still thinks that. She's never recanted. And
do you think Stacey Abrams will be indicted for that?
No, of course not. She won't be. The Democrats don't get indicted for things like that. They don't get impeached. No,
that's not true.
It's a different thing. With that being said,
yes,
I had great support when they did impeachment hoax #1 and impeachment hoax #2. Jim Jordan, the House was fantastic. And actually the Senate was very good for me, other than, Mitch McConnell. I think it's too bad I endorsed him. He was begging, he was going to lose that race, and I endorsed him, and he ended up winning the race because of my endorsement. He was down, he was going to lose to Amy McGrath. She was $90 million in cash, all set to go. She was leading by 3. He was going down. I did him a favor, and then 3-4 months later, he really wanted to impeach me. He's a bad guy. But if you look at what's going on politically, it's so interesting. The level of loyalty is different in politics than it is in normal life, I will say. With that being said, I've had great loyalty also. But the House was fantastic. The Senate was very good. They overrode Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell, in my opinion, was trying to get senators to impeach me, especially for the second one. And on the first one, he acted very, very slow. He should have gone much faster. But Mitch McConnell wanted to, and the senators went up to him, guys that are subservient to him because he gives money. He gives them money. He gives them a lot of money. He raises some money and he gives it to them, and therefore they do what he said. That's the only form of leadership he's got.
So last question, if you're elected president again, what's your number one priority? When you ran last time, you said, I will build a wall. This time, your bottom line top promise to the country.
So you can do numerous things at the same time.
Of course.
But let's say number one is a border, and taking hundreds of thousands of criminals that have been allowed into our country and getting them out and bringing them back to their country, Guatemala. By the way, not only the 4 countries that we think of as neighbors, all over the world. Last month, we had 149 countries represented. Think of it. We had 149 countries represented, Tucker, from places that many people never even heard of, coming into our country. And they're coming in from mental institutions, and they're coming in from prisons. They're emptying out their prisons all over South America. They're emptying out their mental institutions. Terrorists are pouring into our country. We have no idea. I had the strongest border in the history of our country, and I built almost 500.
And Biden has built on the wall even more. You should be congratulating him on his fantastic border work. He did a smart border. There's now a ton of drones, radars, satellites, enforcing the border. So,
miles of wall. They like to say, oh, was it less? No. I built 500 miles. In fact, if you check with the authorities on the border, we built almost 500 miles of wall. And I had another 200 that I was going to build. It's like water. It seeks. and we're going to build another 200. We built it. It was all set to go. All they had to do was install it. It would have taken 3 weeks. And that's when I found out. I said, I think these people actually want open borders. The first thing I would do would be I would seal up the border good and tight.
Just lying, dude. Just straight up lying.
Right, except for people that want to come in legally.
Do you think we're moving towards civil war?
There's tremendous passion and there's tremendous love. You know, January 6th was a very interesting day because they don't report it properly.
Is that a yes? Is that a yes? Some call it civil war. I call it passionate love. Really? Is that what you're gonna do after you've been indicted for January 6th? Really? That's your plan? Oh. Okay.
Really. I believe it was the largest crowd I've ever spoken before. And you know some of the crowds I've spoken before. And like July 4th on the mall, I think they had 1 million people there. But I think that the biggest crowd I've ever spoken before was on January 6th. And people that were in that crowd, a very, very small group of people, and we said patriotically and peacefully and patriotically, right? Nobody ever says that. Go peacefully and patriotically.
Sure.
But people that were in that crowd that day, very small group of people went down there, and then there are a lot of scenarios that we can talk about. But people in that crowd said it was the most beautiful day they've ever experienced. There was love in that crowd. There was love and unity. I have never seen such spirit.
Love and unity and guillotines and crosses. Okay.
And such passion and such love. And I've also never seen simultaneously and from the same people such hatred of what they've done to our country.
So do you think it's possible that there's open conflict? We seem to be moving towards something.
I don't know, because I don't know what it, you know, I can say this. There's a level of passion that I've never seen. There's a level of hatred that I've never seen, and that's probably a bad combination.
Donald Trump, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very much.
Thank you.
That is a bad combination, by the way.
Bad combination.
Thank you. 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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do you think they sucked each other's dick enough? I don't know. I don't know. God, what do we do next? Dark history or leftovers? Probably just get leftovers done with. So long though. I honestly don't even know if I have like the steam in me right now for that shit. Let's do a little break. A palate cleanser, if you will. I'll be right back.
Mr. President, how much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
The charge is falsifying business records.
I will get Trump.
It's felony criminal conduct.
I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him.
The charge is falsifying business records.
They came up with a new one.
It's felony criminal conduct.
Indicting the 45th president. I never thought anything like this could happen.
Earlier this afternoon, Donald Trump was arraigned.
This fake case was brought only to interfere with the upcoming 2024 election, and it should be dropped immediately. Everybody was in shock. Can't even believe it. Who would think that that could happen today? But they did it anyway. So here we are now. It's where we were today. But now we're there. Spend time there today.
The charge is falsifying business records.
I will get Trump.
It's felony criminal conduct.
I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him.
The charge is falsifying business records.
They came up with a new one.
It's felony criminal conduct.
Indicting the 45th president. Charging a former president of the United States for the first time. There is no crime. The most embarrassing time. President Trump is being treated very unfairly. How about that? Every single pundit and legal analyst said, there is no case. What is fueling my soul right now is Trump. I will get Trump. What is fueling my soul right now is Trump.
The charge is falsifying business records.
I will get Trump.
It's felony criminal conduct.
I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him.
The charge is falsifying business records.
They came up with a new one.
It's felony criminal conduct.
Indicting the 45th president.
Now listen, if you have not subscribed to YouTube channel, do it right now. Do it today. And all you have to do is click the big red subscribe button on the YouTube channel.
We have some great friends in the media. Sean, and Laura, and Tucker, and Janine.
Oh, I wanna work in fake news, conspiracy TV, radio, WhatsApp, rich and big got family, private server, emails. What about the Clinton Foundation? Isn't this far more worthy of an investigation? It's time to shut it down, turn the tables and lock her up. You simply can't comprehend the genius of Donald Trump. The man is the president of the United States. He is to be respected. Kamala's a bitch, Hillary. Expect to be arrested. Fake news TV. Democrats want to replace you with immigrants. Their only hope, another Kevin is forming. The idiots are being coached. The media and the deep state is corrupt to the core. The America that we know and love doesn't exist anymore. The middle class is being displaced by an unending wave of illegals. Foreigners spit on our customs and mock our laws. And Congress racist if we try to make them believe. But Democrats have a solution. Smoke more weed. State run TV. Listening to Tupac and smoking a ton of weed. State run TV. Deep state, 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 deep
There is a hero in Washington. His name, Jim Comey. Is not only brilliant, politics plays no role in his decisions.
He's a liar and he's a leftist liberal.
Fox State run TV. Little said it's free for fake news, propaganda, and conspiracy theories. Criminal cabal in our FBI. The FBI is the crime family. Collusion is not a crime. It's actually immoral not to vote for Donald Trump. We said we're gonna have people that we know nothing living next door to us. Fox News been trying to scare you. Demonization begins. Immigrants been dead. It's us against them. Fake news TV. How precisely is diversity our strength? Fake news TV. Fake news all over the place. This is an invasion into this country.
There is no invasion. Tomorrow is 1 week before the midterm election.
I told you that you needed to be afraid because they are coming for you.
No one's coming to get you.
Putin got 20% of our uranium as a result of Hillary Clinton signing off.
She did not.
Our president's in fact sex crazed, killing machines. Fake news TV. Fake news TV. Fake news TV. Thanks for watching. Come again. Leave a comment. Tell a friend. Don't forget to click this button to subscribe for more. Check back next week if we're not engaged in nuclear war.
Pokémon, plural. I said, son, what is that one morning? He said, that's
Plural.
Pokémon. Son, I found out that Pokémon means pocket monster. But why should they carry these monsters in their pocket? Pokémon world is a world a bit demonic. They say it's just a game. Well, they can't get saved. Our kids are going out on the streets in gangs. I assure you that creature wants to ruin your brain. Say it's just a game. Well, they can't get saved. They can't go to heaven when they play Pokemon today. Pokemon power, Pokemon witchcraft, Pokemon power, fantasy roleplay, Pokemon power. Pokemon wants to ruin their life today. Pokemon power, Pokemon demons, Pokemon power. They glow in the bulb, Pokemon power. Children might be stabbed, might be glowing away today. Pokemon power, Pokemon, Pokemon power. Pokemon power. Children become the #1 Pokemon master. Little reclusive, power-filled monsters tell the spirits what to do. The child is capable of taking these powers and channeling them through their mind. Their mind. Their mind. To train spirits in the dark realm. They say it's just a game. Well, they can't get saved. Our kids are going out on the streets in gangs. I assure you that creature wants to ruin your brain. Say it's just a game. Well, they can't get saved. They can't go to heaven when they play Pokemon today. Pokemon power, Pokemon witchcraft, Pokemon power, fantasy roleplay, Pokemon power. Pokemon wants to ruin their life today. Pokemon power, Pokemon demons, Pokemon power. They glow in the bulb, Pokemon power. Children might be stabbed, might be glowing away today. Pokemon power, Pokemon, Pokemon power. Pokemon power. Children become the #1 Pokemon master today. Pokemon power, Pokemon, Pokemon power. Pokemon power. Children become the #1 Pokemon master. Pokemon power.
Songify this.
God, I love that song. It's so good. Okay. It's time we got into leftovers. They're talking about the debate, I think, like most of the time, if not all of it.
Let's go, people. We're gonna freaking do this right now, dude.
Yeah.
Let's go.
A lot of naysayers out there in the United States of America, nay,
go.
worldwide, even within the ranks of the foot soldiers, said leftovers is not gonna do 3 weeks in a row. That's crazy.
Well, yeah, and like yesterday, everyone was like, COVID scare, what? There's no shot they're gonna come in the studio. And we looked you dead in the eye and said, fuck you for even thinking that about us.
Yeah. Leftovers is we're doing it every goddamn week. We're doing the thing. We're doing the damn thing.
Shine, sleep,
Ladies and gentlemen,
fallout.
we
Yeah.
are all domestic terrorists.
I pulled a
true.
Ethan. I have been pissing out of my butt.
What? Why is
For
that
the-
Ethan?
Classic.
Dude, I feel like you always have diarrhea.
Yeah, that's an Ethan.
No, that's true. I knew exactly what he meant.
Always have diarrhea.
You literally
Excuse me.
always have diarrhea.
What do you know about my shitting habits?
What do you mean? We talk about it. You literally get up during the show sometimes to engage in them.
To shit, but not the diarrhea, bro.
Okay.
Okay, so well, yeah, I happen to also have had diarrhea last night.
I know we were talking about it before we started. Yeah, I had some kind of like stomach virus or maybe food poisoning, and I thought I was dying. It was like I actually took a day off on Monday, as a matter of fact.
Oh yeah, I knew you were sick. Yeah.
So that's how you know. That's how you know she was super serious.
Right.
You know.
Better.
I feel a lot better now. I basically I was like, rain or shine, doesn't matter how bad my situation is, I will absolutely come into the Leftovers studio and shoot another episode.
Yeah. Well, I gave Hassan the choice. I said, look, we had a little bit of a COVID scare. It's up to you. We're down.
And I said, COVID, that's fake,
That's
brother.
not even real, dude.
That's not even a real thing to me, brother. Hell yeah.
But we're doing this in the matter of the public interest.
Yeah, absolutely.
We do this for the public because yesterday was the big first debate amongst the GOP hopefuls, and also today.
It was such a fucking mess, dude. A disaster. So much fucking fascism, dude.
Our boy, the one and only D. Trump.
Yeah, Donald J. Trump, baby.
Live feed right now is about to get his shot out.
Oh, wow. There's an actual crowd this time.
That's right.
Finally.
So this is outside Georgia courthouse.
Yeah, and the fake news media doesn't want you to know about the crowd because this is a live feed, but I had to rewind it because right now they decided this gate was more interesting.
Oh,
wow. Typical News 18 nonsense. You know what I'm saying? What are they cooking up over there? Oh, wow, look at that. This gate is boring, okay? It's boring. We want to see our beautiful patriots out there in Georgia.
Mm-hmm. So, unfortunately, he was originally meant to be brought in the morning, but now it's not till like, 3 p.m., which is
hell yeah.
Bullshit for
good
us.
for me.
3 p.m. our time.
Good. It's good for me. They did that for me. Thank you. Thank you, Fonnie Willis. Shouts out to my girl.
Can I
Free
ask you a
slime.
question?
What's up?
Do you think Trump is going to smile? Do you think he's going to do a thumbs up? Because
I don't think you can do a thumbs up.
They don't let you. I was like, give him one of these because, like, Rudy Giuliani looked like he looks so pathetic and defeated, and I don't think that Trump's not going to want to do that. He should at least smile.
I've been doing face psychology off of like the mugshots that I've seen, looking at who's gonna flip off of like their behavior during the mugshots. And let me tell you something, okay? Jenna Ellis, smiling ear to ear, she's flipping. Sidney Powell looks a little crazy, which is normal. She's usually very crazy. Think she's flipping too.
Typical.
There's a smile. She cracked like a little bit of.
She always looks a little crazy, but she does seem like, I don't know. She had a look in her eye. You know what I mean? And this is pure speculation. But there's a look in her eye where she's like, I'm not going to go down on shit. I've already read it out.
Of a smile.
Hold on. I had the wrong doc open. I'm trying to open the leftovers doc so I can pull this up.
Yeah, I think we swapped computers today, didn't we?
I got this Dell, dude. I don't know why Dan thought it was appropriate to give me a Dell.
You bought it.
Not for me.
Well, not you personally.
When did we get this? I haven't seen this computer in years.
It was like a Teddy Fresh laptop that was just laying around.
Oh. I got a Dell. Remember how that used to be like a brag? Now it's like a complaint. Dude, I got a freaking Dell.
I have no opinion on that. I didn't know it was like that.
I don't know. It's just a funny thing. Dell? I mean, who buys Dells anymore?
You.
The only Dell I buy is Del Taco. Diarrhea. Diarrhea all day.
Dude. Oh, God. I don't even want to think about that.
All right. Here's Rudy Giuliani mugshot. Take a look here. Giuliani's 5'11". There's no shot.
Dude, that means he was like at least 6'1" before his like neck started sinking into his chest.
There's no way that man is 5'11". He's like 5'3", maybe even smaller. But do you see what I'm saying? Like Trump, if he comes out like this isn't a good vibe.
The lighting is not good. And
no.
Here's what I think. I think some bold patriots are going to make sure that the photograph taken of Donald Trump is immaculate.
You think the officers are MAGA?
Yeah, 87% of police officers in 2016 said they voted for Donald Trump.
So they're gonna hook him up with good lighting.
They're gonna bring in the ring light.
He's the most he is the most police-loving president of all time. He's defended the police so much.
I think that would be freaking awesome if these guys all look just sad, pathetic, and then Trump comes in like, thumbs up, Mr. President. Salute, please.
Yeah. I could, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's just smoking.
Yeah, pack watch.
A cigar.
Hey. Except ultimately, regardless of how he looks on the mugshot, this is a case. He's got a case. You know what I mean? This is going to be a tough nut to crack. He's going to have a little bit of a hard time, I suspect.
Shut up! With the Georgia case?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think,
yeah, it's serious.
Yeah, this is going to be bad for him.
Business. I mean, it's hard to get around a phone call where you're like, hey, can you rig this election for me? Literally, like, hey, can you just add votes out of the nether for me?
Okay, who amongst us has not asked for, 11,780 votes? One more than we need, one more than we have.
I do it all the time in our Google polls, man.
Yeah.
For
It's
example,
just-
I said, should I go to the streamies? I said, yo, I need 11,671 fucking votes here. This is Trump. This is what the MAGA Trump photos are going to look like.
They yassify him?
They're like, yes.
My God. They de-aged him by like 40 years. Holy shit. But he still got the bald spot. It's so trippy.
Dude, oh my God. Even yassified Rudy still looks cooked.
It's off.
Like there's
Creepy
just
as fuck.
there's a stink about him.
Yeah.
Oh God, I hate him so much. Look, that's the face you make when you get hit with the Rico. That's the Rico face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Real quickly at the top, and
The
we'll move
Rico
on. But
face.
everyone watching TeddyFresh.com, the Trixie drop just came out. Just dropped. We did a collab with Trixie. All kinds of cool stuff here.
This is so fire. Oh my God, I want it so bad. Oh my God. It's all so fire. It's very camp, and I love that.
Hassan, let me know if there's anything. Obviously, it's pretty specific type of drop
At this
here.
point, I feel like
He could rock all of this.
most of my clothes in my closet are Teddy Fresh.
Hell yeah, boy, let's do it. Oh shit, this stuff's going fast. What the F? The stockings and bag already
He does. He wears Teddy Fresh like every day.
sold out. And one of these shirts, that's crazy. It just came out. Oh, this one too? The hell? All right, well, I guess if you want something, get over there. But
or you sold out.
Just a little announcement there. All right, so let's go down the line here. We got so much to talk about. Yeah, so Trump's turning himself in Fulton County, 3 p.m. The deadline's on Friday, but he's doing it today. Some speculate it's to suck any, attention from the debate onto himself, which is smart and very Trump-like.
Yeah.
Trump has agreed to a $200,000 bond. Like, who cares? Certain conditions, including limits on social media about the case.
Now, this is, I personally, as a fan of Donald Trump's social media presence, and as a fan of a little thing called the United States Constitution.
Freedom?
Specifically the First Amendment. Have some
Is that
choice
even
words.
a thing anymore, in the words of Coconuts?
It's not. It's not. They've made it completely illegal to speak.
It's absolutely insane.
They've made it illegal to say things. Yeah.
Sniffing.
So true.
Sniffing is...
It's illegal to say things. It's illegal to have friends and do things with your friends. Everything's illegal.
Getting a little familiar.
I don't know what she's doing.
Just don't pee on the green screen, girl.
No, she won't pee, but I'm so scared that she went back there and pooped or something.
Played something. A poop is oddly, usually easier to clean than a
Yeah.
piss.
Yeah,
If she's having good BMs.
Yeah, no, she don't piss indoors.
Yeah, so free speech is dead, you were saying?
Yeah, free speech is dead. Sebastian Gorka was right when he said, this is no different than ordering vanilla ice cream. And he's right. I tried ordering vanilla ice cream and they
So
indicted
true.
me literally last week.
Did everything right. I got vanilla ice cream and they indicted
Fucked
me.
up. Can't tweet no more. Can't say Mike Pence looks like a yassified version of Asa Hutchinson any longer. I tried tweeting that out. They were like, are you sure? Twitter said, are you sure you want to tweet this? Because you will go to jail. Yeah, it's really fucked up.
So with this stipulation on limits of social media talking about the case, if he does do that, which, like, how will he not violate that? Does that mean he goes to jail? Because that's usually what it means when you're out on bond.
Yes, which is going to be interesting because I don't know how they can enforce that gag order in any capacity.
Right.
Because Donald Trump is a very unique person. He is the former president of the United States. Some might say the current president of the United States, the shadow president.
Some would say.
And by some, I mean me. I say that all the time. Ethan keeps telling me I'm wrong, but what does he know?
No, dude. Trump is president.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Finally, we both see the light here.
Yeah, we're aligned.
And the really funny, very quirky, specific of this particular instance is that he has to have Secret Service agents go with him to prison.
Yeah.
Or jail.
Super interesting.
Which is, it's never happened.
It's kind of it's really like the.
I don't know if they can. Is that gonna happen? I guess. That sucks. That fucking sucks. That's not what you expect when you sign up to be a Secret Service agent.
Rico, where if you think about the movies where the mobsters go to jail, they have their whole posse there and they're cooking like pasta sauce.
Yeah.
That'll be him.
Yeah.
It'll be straight up like a mafia jail.
Except they're not like
Goodfellas.
Paid by the state law enforcement officers. You know what I mean? Which is.
Yeah, it's a dub. It's an extra dub.
I do love it because it's like that is a sitcom in the making. That is a beautiful TV show in the making.
For sure.
Whether it's an animated TV series. I'm calling the rights on it when the strikes are over, okay? Actually, I'm taking advantage of the WGA strikes. Guess what? I'm not union. I'm writing that script. Ted Sarandos hit me up. Is it Ted Sarandos? Netflix guy? Whichever one.
Oh, yeah. Ted. Yeah.
Yeah, something. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I'm writing that. I'm writing that script. Hit my line. See,
Hi, Sassy.
I'm scabbing.
You got it all wrong. What you got to do is just bypass the writers altogether and make a reality show about it.
Yeah. Oh, just put cameras in
Just
Fulton
put
County.
cameras. Just how about like a Rudy Giuliani reality show? Rudy Giuliani.
It's called Bring Those Tits Over Here.
Oh, God. I hate that. Oh, if you're not familiar, they're quoting the transcript of Rudy Giuliani's a sexual assault. So that's haunting, and I hate it, and it's very gross. I had to ask a whole chat to stop doing a copy pasta of the transcript where he's saying these things like, oh, those tits are mine, all this shit, like horrid shit. And luckily Mari backed me up and was cool about it, but the fact that I had to ask, hey, just this one time, can we not copy pasta a sexual assault transcript? Our brains are rotten. We're not doing okay. No one is okay. Oh my god. Just so desensitized. The fact that so many people found that funny. And a lot of people did say that's just how I cope is doing humor, but don't trigger people. Don't trigger other people with your humor. What are you doing? I don't know if that helps everyone. You know what I mean? I don't want to read that. I want to be able to read chat and not read some sick shit from Rudy Giuliani. You know what I mean?
Those are my tits.
So let's take a look at the mugshots. We got Ghoulie. I keep saying this man is the Penguin, but nobody laughs when I say that. But I think it's too good.
It's because it's, you know what it is?
It's true.
Because it's too real.
It's too obvious.
He literally is the Penguin.
They literally dragged his ass out of the
It's too obvious. Why even say it? You know?
sewer with a raw fish in his mouth.
Yeah, he is the Penguin.
He better at being funny then. True. I like dark humor. I love dark humor. I will laugh at a dark joke. That's not, some transcript of essay along with some emojis. I'm not laughing.
Sidney Powell also looking horrible.
Insane.
Just ghoulish and psychotic, both.
She looks so crazy.
And she is.
And she is so crazy, and you can definitely tell. And then But
they all look crazy.
There's like a slight like I'm gonna fuck over Trump behind those.
Yeah, she looks so vindicated. She's like, this is a cute little photo op.
Eyes, I feel like maybe I'm wrong, but I'm getting a subtle hint of like, you know, when you smile on that mugshot, you're flipping. That's my take.
I always thought of her as a true soul.
It is a weird move. Like, I get like the instinct is to smile when you're having a photo taken of you, but it's hard to be like in a smiling mood when you're getting indicted. Like, literally being booked and you're like, ha! Like, that's weird. That's a little weird, I would say. I mean, when I got arrested, I was like pretty wasted. So my mugshots are like that. So I don't know.
They say in Baldur's Gate 3, Dan.
I don't know. Maybe this is her moment when push comes to shove and she realizes that she's gonna be the one that's like being thrown out.
Jenna Alias crushing it.
Already 100% flipped. Like that. That's a state's witness right there.
Yeah,
that's that classic.
Should smile more, but add police.
State witness smile. That's that. Like she's gonna make Gunna look like a steel trap that never revealed any information about YSL.
This guy Kenneth Cheesebro, looking like.
Wait, I'm having a flashback. I'm having a recovered memory. When I went to take one of them, I think it was my first mugshot, they told me not to smile. They don't want you to smile. They want like a neutral face. Because that's like a better, when you smile, it changes your face. So it's almost weird that they let her smile. Like.
Zorg from The Fifth Element with that black comb over. It's a weird comb over, isn't it?
He looks hot.
John Eastman looks insane.
Yeah, I love that
That's a sex offenders list photo.
Dude, the more white they get, like the more the exposure can't overcorrect itself, and it just looks so blown out. There's a lady in there that's just like, when you look at it, it's like a flashbang warning.
At a certain point, isn't it actually a problem, like for the jail? Like these are not useful mugshots.
I don't know.
This is a horrible photograph.
Honestly, this is straight up
Yeah, I mean, how useful is that on like a wanted poster? Like
racist. Like they're like if you're past a certain point of white, like we are so not used to arresting you, even if you do a crime, that like the camera exposure is not.
I was
aware of
that joke in my mind, but I was afraid to say it. I think I would have said it in a way that was more offensive than what you did. So
thank you.
That's actually so.
No, that's actually true. He actually has a point there. The only instance of reverse racism.
Fucking true though, Son.
Yeah, they're like nobody this white is ever arrested in Georgia.
Wow.
Even if they are doing the most heinous shit. Okay.
Well, they're like, why?
We just let them go.
Why is the gain so crazy right now? We just white balanced it, and it's just like a tan piece of paper. We just white balanced it.
Yeah, you can't get past this point of white, which I wonder what Trump's fucking almost purple like orange tan. I don't know what that's gonna look like on him.
He'll look beautiful. He'll get nice and orange.
It was surprisingly not his worst pick, you know? Wait, have I even shown it? Hang on. It was my go live. It's kind of brilliant. I love this. I should screenshot this actually, just for future reference. Okay. Yeah, that's our boy. Smoldering. You know, they did the exposure right for his photo. It's still blurry as fuck, but it is slightly better. It is slightly better. The smolder though. The smolder. Really mad. He's literally the really mad emoji. Wait, do I not have really mad? Why are my emotes broken? I swear I had really mad. Really mad. God. Ultra mad. We couldn't even rough up his hair. Yeah, like what? It was probably like done up, combed over, before he took the photo, and it just like got fucked up on the way in. That's rough. That's rough. Oh no.
I'm not even kidding. I'm almost this one. The Kathy Latham one is insane. You
What
can't
the
even
fuck?
see her. Like, what is happening?
Why are their cameras not better, man?
She looks so like shocked. Oh no.
Like this is, 4K cameras are probably like a few $100.
That's right, Ethan. You brought up a really good point. It's because we've defunded the police. Once again, especially
because we've won.
Yeah, we've defunded the police. We've defunded our jails. Okay.
God, these all look like sex offender website photos, man. This man just moved into your neighborhood.
True.
Expect him to introduce himself.
Yeah, he has to knock on every door.
Oh, this guy's
that's a serial
kid,
killer.
bro. I don't give a shit.
That's a serial killer.
Ray Smith, who
Literally.
I'm alleging and joking because I don't know, but this guy fucks kids.
Dude, Ray Smith looks like he's not turning. Okay? Ray Smith looks like he was actually brought on, but he's gonna like try to assassinate.
He looks like he's actually gonna kill somebody. Like, actually.
Okay? Ray Smith looks like he was actually brought on, but he's gonna like try to assassinate a jury member during the trial or something.
I think this is witness tampering. Just this photo alone.
Yeah.
Yo, he looks like the bad guy from Ghostbusters 2. Vigo, bro.
You're all over. What's happening? You're deep in the pocket with these references.
Yeah, I was gonna say he looks like the mob guy that has to do the killing. What do they call that? There's a phrase for it. The mob? Or something?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, no.
Let me pull it up.
yeah.
Pull it up, Dan, because I can't type on this laptop.
Okay.
This dumbass Dell.
Yeah, that laptop's
Straight up
keyboard is weird.
Vigo from Ghostbusters 2, my dudes. He's the goo master.
The goo master, right? Here.
You gotta see the full picture in the Discord.
Let's see. Vigo.
Okay, here's Vigo.
That's it. That's the face.
And here, hold on. I gotta switch back and forth between them.
Whoa.
Great movie, by the way.
Ghostbusters 2?
Yeah.
I have not seen it. I don't watch that woke.
Dude, that movie's
I don't watch that woke liberal nonsense.
It's better than one, in my opinion.
No. Oh wow.
Sorry.
Ghostbusters with women?
No
yeah,
fucking
no, thank
chance.
you.
Oh, we're not talking about the woke one, dude.
They just had a receptionist. I didn't even think there was like a lot of.
No, he's
I
talking
thought you were
about
talking
the
about
new
the
one
women,
with
the
all-
women Ghostbusters.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
with-
not
Wait, there was
true, my
another.
friend.
There's another
Shut the
Ghostbusters.
fuck up, bro.
Yeah. Dude, I don't know. I haven't
It's
watched
the
any of
original
them.
cast. It's a great one.
I haven't watched a single one of the Ghostbusters
No
movies.
Ghostbuster girls allowed. Okay, but yeah, he's Vigo. He is the demon from Ghostbusters 2. Thank you. What the hell, bro? Don't
Yeah, I have not seen it.
This man I'll just say this about David Schaefer. He for sure has hidden folders on his desktop somewhere.
Dude, he looks like never mind. I'm not gonna say it.
Go on, we've got the button.
No. It was gonna come across fat shamey. That's why.
Okay.
He looks so pleasant and plump and
he's jolly.
He's a happy fat man.
No.
Jolly.
Hey, guess what? Flipping. Okay.
Yeah.
They did the classic like, oh hey, you want some coffee and donuts? And immediately he was like, oh yeah, please, give them to me. I'm going to tell you everything.
He hasn't heard Oliver's new song about fat people hitting those fudge rounds.
Yeah,
buddy.
He didn't, but
Lay
luckily
off.
he's not getting it with the EBT. So,
My
he might
God.
after his prison stint. But
So there they are. Well done to them all, and we look forward to welcoming Trump into the fold there. Fantastic.
This
Rudy
country-
actually, okay, tell me what you think of this. Giuliani
The fucking fudge round thing. It makes me want fudge rounds. That's all.
Was photographed outside a fucking bail house.
Yeah, he's broke. He's a broke
Which means
boy.
he is so fucking broke. He needed a loan to pay his bail.
Get your money up, not your funny up. He put up his penthouse.
That's rough. That's rough.
In the Upper East Side, in a building.
Really valuable.
Well, yes and no. The building, I believe, I looked at it because like I was
I mean, Trump was also released on a bond.
legitimately like, what if I bought this?
Dude, that shit is really expensive.
So, no, well, technically not
penthouse
really.
in Upper East Side?
No, not. It's one of those like big ass apartments with like a private elevator, I think. But it's actually like the other ones in the same apartment that are remodeled went for like 2.7 million.
Really?
He's trying to sell his for 6.5 million. And
can we pull it up on Zillow? I'm curious what it looks like.
yeah, if you Google like
find it.
If you Google like
just people who think we're being like doxy, this is New York City, man. They've got this isn't how it works there. They all work in big ass buildings with or live
no,
in
it's
and shit.
very it's not the same as like a straight up residence. Plus there were a lot of news articles on it as well.
I'm very curious.
Because I don't think he even lives in it. Like it's just like one of his properties.
He sends his girlfriends.
So yeah, he's trying to sell it for like 6.5 million, and my suspicion is he put it out there for like 3 times almost the normal market rate, specifically because he thought either one, because he's out of his mind, narcissistic, egomaniacal, and suspected that like someone would be like, oh, I'm such a Rudy Giuliani head. This is going to be really important for me. Like
I think that's actually probably it.
His apartment? That looks sick.
No.
There's no shot, right?
That's not.
No, well, this is the building.
Yeah, that's probably one of the remodeled, like more modern units.
It's 20 million, bro.
That's probably the penthouse, maybe.
Is that?
Well, that
gotta
might
be a
that's
whole
probably
floor.
that's the building, perhaps.
No, you guys are crazy. You
A
don't
New
know-
York building
guys,
doesn't go for
New
20
York
million.
City real
No,
estate is crazy.
I'm telling you, I looked it
It's
up.
got to be a floor. It's got to be a whole
I
floor.
looked it up. Rudy Giuliani's apartment. He was trying to sell it for 6.5 million, and the latest unit in his apartment that had been sold, that was a little bit smaller, however, was remodeled and had like modern cabinets and whatnot, had gone for like 2.7 million or something.
All right, I'm trying to find this.
It's so funny that 3 times the going rate.
So what's his
Crazy.
address? 44 East 86 or?
I think he was probably just expecting to have to bargain down, and just way overshot.
Is that the one you pulled up, Dan? No, here it is. I think I found it.
Let's see it.
God, is this his address? 444.
Nope. It's not even close.
Mother
Dogs.
shit of the day.
Where did you pull that one from?
I don't know. I just typed Rudy Giuliani apartment and it came up.
Yeah, that one, the link that you sent, the last one, Rudy Giuliani put 6.5 million Manhattan apartment on the market. I believe that shows oh no, it doesn't show the other ones. But anyway, there was photos on it. I don't know where they went, but I
Maybe
love
somebody
that.
bought it already.
I
Off
love that
market.
one. It's classified as a landmark in 1977. Okay, it's got
Wait, I found
Gothic-inspired
it.
terracotta and brick facade.
No.
It is, of course, some of the more notable things about the apartment itself. The home was the target of a 2021 raid by the FBI agents during a probe into
why did
Giuliani's
that
dealings
happen?
with Ukraine. It's like,
Historical.
wow, this is
a lot
so
of history.
sick. For all the Giuliani heads out there,
You know, this is where Giuliani asked for those tits to come over here.
that's, dude, why didn't they mention that in this
mean,
as
it's
a selling
historic.
point? Maybe that's why he's trying to sell it for 6.5 million. But anyway, he's trying to put it up on the market. I suspect partially because he's out of his fucking mind.
All right, here's some photos of it. Let's take
Okay.
a look.
And also because he thinks maybe someone will buy it for
looks
that
pretty
price.
Sad.
Because there's some real Giuliani heads out there. Or I think like maybe he thinks a shadow donor in like Trump's side can like slide some money his way for his legal fees.
Interesting.
Like a rich, he's maybe doing a Hail Mary there with like some billionaire
that makes more
some billionaire to pay like way above asking asking price.
Let's see.
Specifically, so he can give
Giuliani,
money.
79, has owned the 10th floor co-op apartment in a landmark Gothic-style brick building from the early 1900s since acquiring it in 2002. According to proper records, he bought it for 4.8. So, I mean, definitely the property values have gone up significantly since 2002. So it doesn't seem off. It doesn't seem like crazily priced.
Am I crazy? Why does it say what?
4.8 million in 2002?
Yeah, it would be worth like double based on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that does make sense. I don't know why. Maybe I'm crazy.
Like I don't know, an apartment in the Upper East Side, dude. I'm fascinated by New York City real estate because like
I thought it was relatively affordable when I saw the 2.7 for one of the apartments.
Prepared to be boarded. Boarded? A mighty pirate has entered your stream. Oh no. Oh no. Hands up, don't shoot. I'm sorry. Welcome in.
That's insane. I feel like you can buy like a pillbox for that price.
That's crazy.
I'm fascinated because being rich, like being worth tens of millions of dollars, let's say, isn't enough money to get a nice apartment in Manhattan. It's not.
Yeah.
The really nice apartments that are like on Central Park, the beautiful new apartments, are like over $100 million. I swear to God, look it up. I mean, it's nuts.
I believe you, but that's
Here for all your treasure and to test your pirate seafaring skills. Oh no. I don't know if I have any seafaring skills. I definitely don't have any treasure, so that sucks.
It's crazy.
It's like
go. It's fascinating. Go to Zillow, search for Manhattan, and then sort it by high prices. And you'll see this is like 5,000 square foot apartments. I mean, which is huge for New York City, but not that big. Anyway, kind of beside the point. Here's Giuliani. Yo, I can't wait for Ghoulie to skip on his bond and then he's gonna get a bounty hunter.
Dude, that's what I said yesterday on stream. I was like, dude, I would literally, like, I think bounty hunting is kind of gross. Filming it is like doubly gross, even though it makes for great content when you're Dog the Bounty Hunter. But
dude, we should watch some Dog the Bounty Hunter sometime. That shit is crazy.
this is the one-off where like I would strap a GoPro on my chest and go bounty hunting for Rudy Giuliani. Yeah, I would team up with Dog the Bounty Hunter, whichever fucking gross ass bounty hunters out there that like normally makes a living off of like filming themselves tasing like random civilians.
Awesome,
you know what I
man.
mean?
They're empowered by the best interests of
Just said 5,000 square feet isn't a lot. Yeah. Well, I guess it's all perspective, right?
I would love to be a part of that process. And
So-
it's for the adventure. It's for the journey, not the destination. You know, I don't even give a fuck about like nabbing him at the end of it.
just want to tase him.
Oh, it'd be so sick.
He can get
Shit
away,
his
but just let me
pants.
tase you, bro. All right, let's move on to some goofs, and then we'll get into the meat of it. Ted Cruz is a moron. We all knew that, but
Classic.
a friend of mine out in LA just took this picture of the 405. And yes, all the news and media outlets, you have permission to use this. Wild.
I love this because like this is such a classic.
It's been going around for so long.
It's such a classic photo. It's
There's a
such an
shark on
old-
the freeway.
It's such an old classic
Just make your enemies walk the plank.
photo. How the fuck do you fall for it?
And Ted Cruz quote tweeted, "Holy crap, dude."
Yeah.
This man thinks that there's a shark on the 405 freeway.
Yeah. I love
Anything could happen, you know? Who knows?
The ocean is connecting to the 405 freeway.
Yeah, they were so whenever like these insane disasters happen, everybody and I myself included, we like always rush to do the whole like lol, look at you. A little bit of freezing destroyed your entire energy grid or whatever, you know, like it happened in Texas. Everyone rushes to gloat not realizing that like every other part of America also has their own very unique set of problems that would not exist in any other part of the country. So I think Ted Cruz was getting real horny to be like, haha, California, you couldn't deal with it. You couldn't deal with a little bit of rain, California. Like, I think that's what he was trying to do. And that's why he like pulled the trigger too quickly.
I think actually we, or at least LA, dealt with the rain pretty well, I think, unfortunately.
Well,
for
it's
Teddy.
because the rain wasn't as bad as we thought
I mean, it was
be.
significant. We had like over 4 inches in 24 hours. That's insane.
I like
being
that.
said-
I like that he.
here.
Wait, before we
Yeah,
move
for
on with Ted
here.
Cruz, he did the classic thing though. He replied to his own tweet. He said, "I'm told this is a joke. In LA, you never know, and everyone stay safe from the storm or otherwise."
Could be real.
You never
Yeah.
know.
This says a lot about society that I thought it was real.
That's all it's Ted Cruz is the dude who thinks there's sharks in his swimming pool, so he keeps his toes up when he swims.
Because it's a valid fear. I'm just saying.
Ron DeSantis is a soulless freak. I mean, what in the God's name is this? And this isn't the only time. He had another really memorable. His teeth are gritting. He's literally
He's rolling, dude.
Look at his jaw.
He's peeking on the Addy.
Holy crap!
He is on MDMA.
I don't know what's happening to him. He looks like he's in pain all the time. Like he's like forced to act out human emotion.
I think he really doesn't understand people or feelings or what a smile is.
And you can see like behind those eyes, there's so much pain.
Okay, he actually looks more fucked up, more convincing of a role than Homelander does. Like,
Yeah.
if Homelander pulled this off, I would think like, holy shit, this guy needs this guy's a genius.
Yeah.
It's stunning. I mean, I can't stop looking at it.
Hope you're eating fruit. Gotta stop that scurvy. Is this your entire chat sona? I admire the dedication, honestly.
Behind blue eyes, you don't know what it's like to be hated.
And for the record, it was a banana taffy, so I'm good, I think.
To being faded behind blue eyes.
There's more. There's some from the debate as well.
There's me skip to that one. Just 'cause
there's
we're
some
on it.
real. There were some real freak moments for Lil Rhonda on the
Can
debate
you,
stage.
Can you link me the other crazy look he did during the debate? Because
Yes.
that one was also
Here, it's here, I got it.
The teeth grinding definitely implies that he's on something. That's not a normal
Speedhead,
sting.
dude.
Here is the other one during the debate.
Not let you down.
Watch.
And
There's
I
a
will
moment
not
right
let
there
you
when you pause.
down.
If you can get it, the tongue. Do you see that tongue?
He licks his teeth.
International Talk Like a Pirate Day. How to get people on the pirate ride. The pirate ride. Let's go. Extreme pirate stuff. Let's go. Let's go.
Not let you down.
Oh yeah. Oh man.
Oh God.
I mean, it's like there's this Tim and Eric sketch I love where they guess who's not Jackie Chan.
Okay, yeah.
And he smiles the same way.
Uh-huh.
He's just.
And I will not let you down.
What is it about him? I don't know why.
You down.
He has no charisma whatsoever. Like
charisma. You
Zero Riz. Anti-Riz. Negative Riz. He... it gives me pain. Physically cringing.
He is so awkward.
He hasn't even convinced me that he's a human being. You need to be a humanoid, I think. Well, dogs have charisma. More charisma than him.
What, dogs?
Yeah, they're
Yeah, infinitely more charismatic.
I can't get over it.
I I cringe every time I see him. He's very gross. I'm always like, ew, why are you showing me this?
Well, he is getting dominated. He's dropping. He's taking L's, and I see why. The man is just
Yeah.
freak.
Are we diving into the GOP debate?
One more quick goof, and then we will.
Eye patches get the ladies? Oh, is that what I'm doing wrong? No eye patch.
Okay.
New GOP ops is crushing Biden. They have uncovered the horrid truth. He cares about dogs.
Yeah, this one was pretty devastating.
RNC Research tweeted out Biden gets distracted by a dog. Quote, that's some hot ground, man.
As a sociopath, as a sociopathic person who kills adopted puppies for fun, I really thought, what a zinger. This is really going to destroy Joe Biden's approval rating.
I'm ready to make eating dogs normal, acceptable behavior.
This was it for me. Me and like 8 other people that fucking hate dogs apparently. What the fuck?
So here it is.
What's the boss's name? I said, how you doing, Pat?
He said, what's the boss's name? Very funny. I love that for a dog. He is the boss. He has a hard time leaning over, though. That I noticed, man.
Yeah.
He is not.
He also did the proper thing that you're supposed to do when you introduce yourself to
Did he?
He is the boss.
I said, how you doing, Pat?
He said, what's the boss's name? Very funny. I love that for a dog. He is the boss.
He wasn't having a hard time. People are like reading into the shit too much. He was like going slowly because you can't approach a dog like, hey, what's up? Obviously.
He has a hard time leaning over, though. That I noticed, man.
Yeah.
He is not.
He also did the proper thing that you're supposed to do when you introduce yourself to a dog, which is like, let them smell the back of your hand.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not normally supposed to go over the head like that, but that's fine. It's a service animal, so it's probably
anywhere else.
Yeah.
Couldn't lean.
But even when he's leaning over to make the hand smell happen, he's just like having a hard time aiming it.
Right.
I did not fuck my dog.
I don't know what he's talking about. I'm not a Biden defender, but like, what do you mean, dude? What do you mean?
Hard time leaning over, though.
He's talking to somebody.
Notice, man.
Yeah.
He is not.
He also did the proper thing that you're supposed to do when you introduce yourself to a dog, which is like, let them smell the back of your hand.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not normally supposed to go over the head like that, but that's fine. It's a service animal, so it's probably
anywhere else.
Yeah.
Couldn't lean.
But even when he's leaning over to make the hand smell happen, he's just like having a hard time aiming it.
Right.
I did not fuck my dog.
Aiming it? What do you mean?
Boots on too. You guys catch the boots out here?
Oh, the dog's wearing boots.
No, he says you guys got some boots out here. The ground is hot.
Oh, well, he's right. I mean, listen, I want that doggy have comfortable feet.
Yeah.
On black asphalt.
That's
Let's go.
nice.
Catch the boots out here? That's some hot ground, man.
That's
a
such
hot
Joe
ground,
Biden.
man.
That's some hot ground, man.
Yeah.
I used to live on the hot ground.
Yeah.
Run around with tomatoes and watermelon.
I love
Sit on the hot
dogs.
ground
I love
with grandma.
dogs sitting on my lap.
I love sitting on the hot ground.
That.
I got hairy legs sitting on the ground, hot ground.
I don't know why the fuck the RNC team was like, this is the perfect opportunity to destroy Joe Biden.
He seems very human and relatable, and I don't even know that he thought he was being recorded. Seemed like a hot mic.
Yeah, it's no, he was just being himself. Also, I think it should be legal for me to pet service animals.
I know.
Like, not like, for service animals for like the blind, even though like I still want to, but I understand. But if you're like one of those cop dogs or whatever, like a drug sniffing dog, like, and I'm at the airport where there unfortunately aren't that many dogs around, okay, I should be able to get one pet in.
They're such good boys too.
If you're
good dogs.
if you're looking at me, if your canine unit is looking at me, that dog is gonna get pet. I am like.
That is reasonable. That is your right.
I am Mr. Service Weapon grabber, but for dogs. You know what I mean? I just like, if I see a cop and a dog, I'm like, I have to pay your dog. I'm sorry. I will look you right in the eyes and be like, arrest me for the crime of, doing the most normal thing possible.
Well, the other part that makes it so hard to resist is that I'm just so proud of them.
What, for serving our country?
Good. Well, they're just such good dogs.
Brave boys.
Do you know what I mean?
It sucks that they're forced to do something that's awful.
But I'm just proud of them because they're so good.
And they are good boys.
They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, they don't. You know what I mean?
They're just being good.
Yeah.
They're just being good boys and girls. You're right.
All right, let's move on. We got all kinds to talk about. Let's get into. Here's a nice little breakdown from New York Times about who got the most camera time, most speaking time. This is surprising me. Pence was number one. I mean, I watched the debate and I didn't. That's kind of surprised me. I thought it'd be Ramaswamy.
No, I understand. Pence did get a lot of airtime. Most of it was boring and dull, but he came across very assertive, I thought. Not that it matters. I just want to, before we even talk about any of this.
Yeah, Vivek really surprised me. I was not expecting him to do as well as he did.
These guys all suck. Okay? Their approval rate, their poll numbers are dog water. They are terrible. They're not gonna move the needle in a significant direction that starts eating away at Trump's poll numbers.
I think Vivek could take a tiny chunk out of it.
I agree with that.
15% at most.
I don't even think he would take a chunk out of Trump, but I think he would take a chunk out of everybody else's, because everybody else has some Donald Trump supporters that are but maybe I like this guy. You know what I mean?
Maybe, yeah. But Pence got everyone to agree that he did the right thing by...
That was really unique.
By certifying the vote. I was surprised by that.
That crowd was insane, okay?
So confusing.
Because they were clapping at Mike Pence saying...
Collective pirate. So true. Everyone go follow Mighty Pirate Lit.
Saying I put my, oath to the office above my loyalty to the president.
Yeah.
And at one point that got claps, and then immediately after, Ramaswamy would dunk on Chris Christie and be like, "Shut the fuck up! Donald Trump was the president. Pence shouldn't have done that or whatever." And then that would get claps.
Yeah.
And it made no sense. What the fuck was going on in that audience?
I found myself wondering who actually is in the audience. Genuinely, who was invited there? Not jokingly.
I think maybe a lot of the Republican Party's obvious primary base of support is Republican Trump supporters.
Mm-hmm.
So I think half of the room was real voters, and then the other half was all lobbyists and Republican Party members, more loyal to the party.
Please clap.
I knew this about
Please clap.
Vivek? How do you say his first name?
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Vivek. Okay. Ramaswamy, I knew was
Vivek. Okay.
Conservative and pretty nutty.
You know, saying
but man, he is. It's not a secret, but he has a way of presenting himself as reasonable and logical and kind of just fact of the matter. But his views are really, really.
They're not even real.
extreme.
He's just 100% triangulating to
You think
get
so?
the
I'm not
Trump
sure.
dick riding
I'm not
cabinet
sure.
position.
Not sure.
Yeah.
I do love that a lot of people on Twitter are like,
that's what all of these debates are. They were all just dick riding for the cabinet positions. You know what I mean? I don't think any of them truly thinks they're gonna beat Trump. Except maybe DeSantis. I think he maybe thinks that. He seems to be just stealing Trump's flow so that he I don't know, confuses people into voting for him. I don't know. I don't know what Ron's strat is, or if he even has one. But everyone else is just there to get on the cabinet.
oh my God, Vivek is angling for a vice president's position for the Trump ticket. And I'm like, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You guys are so crazy if you think that the Republican Party is going to make, think about it this way. The vice president's last name shows up next to the president's last name on campaign slogans. So you think that they're going to do what? Trump Ramaswamy? Ramaswamy. Republicans are going to vote for a man with the last name Ramaswamy. No fucking shot. Okay,
Yeah.
Bobby Jindal tried it, didn't work out. It's not happening.
I was in some comments and I already saw people being like, their base being like super racist
Bro,
against Indian.
He
people.
will gain some prominence because I think he is angling towards like the online and the younger Republicans in a way that Ron DeSantis was trying to angle towards the extremely online young Republicans, but Ramaswamy does that better.
Yeah.
Which creates an inflated sense of popularity in especially Twitter. And by that I mean this angling now for the
Twitter and polls, like, no one really knows what's going to happen, but like, it's always inflated. It's always inflated.
contemporary Republican Party for Gen Z Republicans and millennial Republicans is just being as fascist as possible.
Right.
Like, straight up. And I mean like advocating for like esoteric fascist bullshit, right? And that does not play that well with the broader base of Republican voters because like they don't want to be they don't want the
Fucking Elon, dude. God damn it, Elon. Shut the fuck up, please.
Black Sun Association that Ron DeSantis accidentally allowed in his campaign. So Ramaswamy has been able to avoid that while still simultaneously signaling the same exact like extremely online 4chan foreign policy and whatnot. Overall, I had this guttural disgust, this visceral disgust to the things that he was saying. And whenever I have that kind of feeling towards a particular candidate, I know that probably plays well with the Republican voters.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Whereas like with Ron
That's
DeSantis,
true.
I just have a feeling of sadness. Or whenever he speaks, I'm like, oh, that's gross.
The thing that I find interesting about Vivek is
Dude, when fucking DeSantis did the "you're fired" line, I'm dying of cringe.
that he's a billionaire and he's doing the same exact shtick that Trump did, where he's like, I'm the outsider. I'm not like other politicians. And he's even more of like a billionaire insider almost than Trump is. He's like a tech bro billionaire who is clearly representing his own and his cronies' interests and somehow convincing people that he's just, hey, I'm just like one of you. He's a pharma industry, bro, who the Republicans apparently hate.
Yeah.
So it's like the
Allegedly.
same playbook. I heard him saying that a few times on the stage.
He was on the World Economic Forum. Like
he's homies with
he got a George Soros grant when he was already a fucking millionaire in college.
Oh, brother.
So like,
not Georgie boy.
yeah. So like, the fact that the Republicans are actually like hand waving that away speaks to like Ramaswamy's instincts, because Fox News has run some articles on it, and overall, because of his like die-hard support for Donald Trump,
right?
People are kind of hand waving all that away. He feels like a real one, but this is kind of like the Democratic Party trying to recreate Barack Obama. Barack Obama was a once-in-a-lifetime candidate who was incredibly charismatic, especially when he was running. Donald Trump, in many respects, is the Barack Obama for white people. He was white man's Barack Obama in the sense that he was incredibly charismatic and still is incredibly charismatic to a specific subsect of the population.
Okay.
And you're not going to be able to recreate that with someone like Vivek. Donald Trump didn't actually play the outsider, I'm a billionaire, I'm a businessman role because he was a billionaire businessman. The reason why he got a lot of, the reason why people loved him was because he was a television star. He was a person who was in pop culture. He ran a show.
Yeah, he was well known. People thought he was funny. Just firing people, haha, that's hilarious, I guess. For reasons. I never really understood it. But yeah, he was just like a well-known real estate guy.
Called The Apprentice that was one of the most diverse casts on reality television and had some of the most diverse marketing that you had ever seen, like as far as demographics goes. All of that stuff gave him a tremendous amount of name recognition that truly helped him solidify his outsider perspective.
When I heard from Trump supporters, I did frequently hear from them that he's a businessman. We need a businessman who's going to run the country like a businessman. And I get the same sense they have that reverence for Vivek.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Doug Burgum is a businessman. He's a billionaire too.
Who?
Well, he's a dork.
Exactly. Like,
Who am I
Doug
go
Burgum
on?
is a businessman too. He's a billionaire. I mean, he kept repeating over and over again. He's from a town with 300 people. I'm from a town of 300 people.
Oh, is
and
that guy a billionaire? I didn't know that.
yeah, he's a billionaire. And
I'm surprised that none of them, because they were all trying to hit Vivek, and nobody mentioned that he's a pharma billionaire. And I feel like, why not?
yeah, here's one thing I'll say.
Mm-hmm.
Americans might, especially on the Republican Party, might say they want a businessman, but they're not voting for a businessman because of their bona fides in business. If that was the case, Mitt Romney would have cleared Barack Obama. Mitt Romney was the ultimate businessman at Bain. And yet his businessman status and his experience in that field was weaponized against him. They said, you are the liquidator.
Honestly, it's a conflict of interest.
You're the guy that comes in and fires a bunch of people. You're responsible for mass layoffs when you were doing consulting. You're a bad guy, and it fucking worked. They portrayed him as an out-of-touch, wealthy guy, because he is. So I think Vivek is not necessarily going to be able to play the Trump role, because what made Trump popular isn't necessarily that he's a businessman. It's that he's a television businessman. He played one on TV, basically.
Right. Well, here you can expect all the most annoying people in your life to start supporting an earthquake.
Earthquake.
We're having a little bit of an earthquake.
That's crazy.
Yo, I don't know about this building holding up good in the earthquake, boy.
Don't say that.
Dude, another earthquake. It's gonna be the big one soon. It's happening.
That shit shook, bro.
Earthquake. That was a small one.
Yeah. I love that.
But do you know what I'm saying? Dude, we might die.
No, we're fine. This
Bro,
building
the
is
funniest part
structurally
about it-
sound.
I thought like
It
dogs.
survived Northridge.
I thought dogs are
that's pretty
supposed
big.
to have like a second sense or something.
Your dog did not give a shit.
She did not give a fuck.
My dogs generally don't notice either. Oh, there's been a lot of earthquakes lately, so
Yeah.
keep, stay on your toes.
That was my first ever earthquake.
They're just not aware. What the fuck? Wait, I thought they were supposed to know too.
That I
Oh,
felt.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations.
Congrats.
Very cool.
Pop the earthquake cherry.
Did you feel that?
This?
Did you notice it at all?
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's see.
You hear
Keep the
shit
earth
moving.
clean and do what
Yeah,
you
exactly.
do.
But the one during the storm was bigger.
I
guess
didn't feel
you
that one.
that
for some reason, yeah.
That one wasn't very big either. There was one recently that happened in LA. It was like a 3.0 or something, but I felt it a lot because it was close.
Well, there was one during the hurricane that was 5-0.
Yeah,
right.
It was in Ojai, so it wasn't very big in LA, but 5-0 is big.
Yeah, I felt
pretty significant.
I felt it on stream. It shook me.
Yeah. So Elon Musk is supporting Vivek, and so therefore you can expect all your most annoying people in your life. He was impressive. He says. He's becoming increasingly.
God, I hate fucking Elon. God, he's the worst. Just the fucking worst. Look at what Oh! The rage. It swells inside of me. Why? Why, Elon? Why do you think he's impressive? He literally said we should fuck off with all the EVs, get rid of those subsidies, give them back to oil and gas, burn coal, burn gas, do more fracking. He wants to destroy your business, Elon. Are you that fucking stupid? Are you that stupid?
I'm grossed out by him, and I think that he's like dick riding Trump for short-term benefits. I do not think that he has like a real viable shot, obviously. But having said that, we'll see how it plays out. I want to see his poll numbers after this, because this either goes two ways. Either everybody's like, that Vivek, he's one of the good ones. I like that kind of. I like that guy, because a lot of people were Googling him immediately after. And usually the unknown entity, especially if they get that much speaking time, like they're the front runner and everyone's attacking them, a lot of people are going to, get more interested in him.
This can give you some info. They did a poll on who they think won. Okay, Ramaswamy won. Trump got second. The man wasn't there.
Yeah.
Then and Pence, just to tell you who got the most time, he was at 8%, so nobody really gives a fuck. But this guy really fucking creeped me out. Hutchinson,
dude,
that guy is a freak.
My
man.
God,
I don't
dude.
like him at all.
Just wait. This morning, I found in the Trump Tucker interview, he talked some shit on
I
him.
mean,
It's really fucking
they all freak me out just for different reasons.
funny.
He's got a weird baby face.
I call him Ada Hutchinson. I can't tell you why.
Don't ask why. I think
He's
women
so
who do abortions should be murdered. I believe that abortion is murder.
Are you mistaking him with Mike Pence?
No, he's was saying the most hardcore shit about abortion on the stage.
So I think that Asa Hutchinson is like the first version that the aliens brought back to Earth, like sent down to Earth, and they were like, oh God, he looks too much like a ghoul. They're not believing him. We need to yassify him a little bit. So they sent Mike Pence in his stead.
Got it. Mike is
like-
kind of handsome and put together.
Yeah, Mike Pence is like the yassified Asa Hutchinson.
That's right, right.
Asa Hutchinson is like so hard to look at. He's such a fucking ghoul. He's such a demon.
He's creepy. Matt Welsh was, of course, pissed
Hassan, chill.
because Fox didn't
Oh my
ask
God.
the right question.
He's already dead.
I've only watched the clips. Dude, you didn't watch the whole debate? This is like your whole life. Did Fox really go the whole debate and not ask a single question about child mutilation and gender ideology, which has been by far the biggest cultural issue in the country for multiple years now? No, Matt, but they did ask about Richmond, north of Richmond.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I wonder if Matt Walsh will recognize that perhaps like that, even in the Republican Party primaries, is not exactly seen as a fucking winning issue. It just comes across like it's gross and weird, because it is gross and weird to be constantly thinking about mutilating children. You fucking freak.
I want to have a discussion about minors' genitals. Go ahead. Your thoughts.
Like, of course
Go
they
ahead.
they talked
Yeah.
about some dumb shit like, I don't know, climate change. Is it real? Richmond, north of Richmond, Oliver Anthony's new single. That was so awesome.
Yeah,
Fuck, man.
that was their opening bit.
First question.
I
Yeah.
was like, yo,
the
what
most
fuck?
pressing question of all time.
They did not mention to Chris Christie the fudge rounds.
I know. That would have been great.
Chris, your thoughts on the fudge rounds comment?
Should fat people be able to eat fudge rounds on EBT?
Should fat people exist? Your thoughts? Should fat people be allowed to continue to live? Your thoughts?
Yeah.
The big breakout was Ramaswamy. We know he's surging. CNN did a live focus poll on Ramaswamy. So he and I'll say this. I'm excited to say, Hassan, that Ramaswamy's people got back to us.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, we're trying to work out the details of his Zoom call.
No way. Ain't no way. Let's fucking go. That's gonna be so fucking good. That's gonna be so content. Oh my God. Let's go. His face. Oh my God. This sounds so excited.
Oh, wait. He can't come in. Oh, pussy can't come in person?
No, he asked.
No,
He
no,
asked.
they asked which way.
But I just prefer Zoom calls. That's my
Okay.
preference.
All right. I'm down.
But they offered. They said in person or Zoom. So I think that could be a fantastic opportunity for us all to have a
Okay,
really
I'll
good
do
conversation.
Zoom. I'll do person. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, my biggest problem with this debate is the same thing with all of them. It's just so fucking unserious. Like, I don't think there was one follow-up question by the moderators the entire night. I mean, they literally
No.
just have
There wasn't. They didn't give a single fuck. They didn't push back. They did not follow up. They did not do a goddamn thing. pretty much at all.
Planned talking points. They're completely unchallenged. They're completely.
They also got out of control quite a few times.
That's normal these days. It's just like whatever. But nobody ever had to explain themselves. Like they would say shit like, you know, people coming in from the border are murdering tens of thousands of people or whatever hyperbole. And nobody asked them to explain what they mean. And it's just, you know, it's pathetic. It's not a real debate. These are journalists. I mean, aren't they embarrassed? This isn't journalism. They didn't ask a single fucking follow-up question.
It's Fox News.
They literally just reading off a paper.
Not just Fox, though. The debates have always been dog shit in this country. You know what I mean?
Well, it's hard to watch because it's just so...
It is. It's painful.
It has no substance at all. It's just really a pathetic show of who's got better zingers. And it's all phony. None of them really even believe what they're saying. It's just such bullshit, man. You know. Who hates climate change more? I fucking hate climate change the most.
Dude, okay, so it's really interesting.
Yeah, the way Mike Pence was like, look, I've been in on this since day one. Oh wait, no, that was about abortion. But yeah, he was just trying to like be like, no, I'm more Republican, and I've been Republican for longer.
Two things I want to say here. Really interesting that they brought a Young Americans for Freedom guy that looked exactly like young Ben Shapiro, by the way, to ask about climate change and not immediately dismiss it either. He was saying like, this is the #1 issue that the youth cares about. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, it was a good question.
Ron DeSantis immediately dove on that grenade and was like, let's have a real conversation or whatever.
We wouldn't talk about it.
Like, but he didn't actually, like, he just sidestepped.
He saved everyone because the question was, put up your hand if you believe in man-made climate change, which is, by the way, such a layup because, like, you can believe in man-made climate change and then also be like, but I don't think it's a big deal.
No. I don't even think no, not for the Republican base. I think that the Republican base would have been like, that's coward, that's Chinese conspiracy, and he's a part of it.
Well, like you said, that's a good analogy. DeSantis jumped on the grenade. Is like, this isn't classroom, so nobody actually had to be held accountable to that.
Which I hate. And then Vivek jumped on Ron DeSantis' grenade and said, it's a hoax. It's a hoax.
All these people on stage are cowards. I will be the only one with the balls to say it. Global climate change
bunch of pussies
is a hoax, he says. That's one point that I would love to have a detailed conversation with him about.
You know. Well, let me do you one better. He has in the past, not that long ago, like a couple months ago, openly recognized that climate change is real.
Well, that seems to be
ain't no way.
So what he would say is, it's not man-made climate change. It's natural, cycles and the Earth's warming and cooling.
I'm almost certain there is a video out there from a news broadcast where he says man-made climate change is real, and it's only from a couple months back. Let me see if I can find it.
But here he is with the most psycho take out there on climate change.
But this was a weird moment because... Well, we'll see in a second, but get some boos for this.
No, I think you were mistaken on that, Dan.
Yeah.
They were booing that he called everybody else
a fraud or whatever.
He said everyone else is bought and paid for. And the people were booing him for that. And it bled over.
On the stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this. The climate change agenda is a hoax.
Yeah. I don't think they're booing that.
Yeah, the booing, you're right. It starts to kind of...
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're booing the question.
The only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this. The climate change agenda.
He even does the fingers.
Whoa, man.
He's trying to do the Donald Trump thing. Like, I'm the only person who's not bought and paid for on the stage. And it's like, it fails to recognize that it's not because he's a rich guy. If Americans had that level of reverence, like, across the board just for rich people,
he's doing the outsider thing.
Then fucking Michael Bloomberg would have been fine. You know what I mean? Or any number of other Democratic billionaires that ran. There was that other one from California who was actually an outsider. You know what I mean?
He's appealing to the outsider thing. I don't necessarily think it's the rich thing. But this guy is this the billionaire or was it this guy? Is this guy a billionaire? Or is he just a freak? Whatever.
I mean, a lot of them are rich, but...
Same.
So there it is, and that's what we need. The world needs is America to be the leader, to say climate change is a hoax, fracking, oil, digging. One thing I did like that he said is we need to embrace nuclear, which I wholeheartedly believe.
I will also say
I have
that
to pee real quick. Sorry.
go ahead. I will say that the response that I was seeing online is that.
What'd she do? Oh, she's chewing wires.
Sorry, Kaya
Damn
is
it,
chewing
Kaya.
wise. No. Oh, Kaya.
Did she? But she's not gonna.
No,
I
we're
don't
good.
want her to get electrocuted.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you do? Okay. Okay. All right, go ahead, Dan. Sorry.
I was trying to say the kind of nuance that I saw some on the right, like the less psycho ones, like you were saying, that somewhat accept that climate change maybe might be a little bit real, is that what's a hoax is the climate change agenda.
That's what
they
he
take-
said. That's
right.
specifically
It's the
what he said.
The climate change agenda.
Right.
So I believe in climate change. I just don't believe in doing.
Wait, was it Dan? What did Dan say? A flood of blue lemon.
Oh. That didn't feel necessary.
I don't take chances. Oh, that was Zach laughing. I forgot you were here. I don't take chances anymore.
I was like timed, like.
Yeah, I don't know. They make up. Oh, they do like this. The climate change agenda means they don't want us to eat hamburgers anymore. Like these invented silly shits like that.
Yeah.
But
Because they're trying to do lab grown meat and doing like beyond beef and whatever. They think that means like they're gonna outlaw beef soon. Like that's crazy. There would be riots.
that's our boy Vivek. Vivek giving
Yeah,
me a
Viv.
headache.
Got him.
Let's watch this live focus group of repubs talking about Vivek.
I want to ask you about who you thought did the best during this debate. Basically, who do you think won the debate? I'm going to do it in alphabetical order to be fair. Anyone think Doug Burgum did the best?
Lol.
That's
Hell
zero.
no.
Anyone
Who?
think Chris Christie did the best? He certainly got most of the airtime. A lot of the airtime, not most of the airtime. How about Ron DeSantis? How many of you think Ron DeSantis did the best? That's 2 people. How about Nikki Haley?
2.
1,
Oh.
2, 3, 4 people.
Interesting.
Asa Hutchinson?
0.
I love these.
Mike Pence?
Damn, not one fucking person liked Mike Pence. Wow.
Who likes Mike Pence?
Yeah.
I thought at least he'd get one damn vote.
That's
No
rough.
shot.
He had the most speaking
That's
time.
No
rough.
shot. He's a
Ramaswamy?
traitor.
1, 2,
Ramaswamy.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Look at the age. Look at the age.
Scott.
Look at the age groups.
True.
Look at the
true.
age groups. That's huge.
Oh man, you're so right. They're all the young people. Except
Yup.
this one old fuck here.
One old guy. Yeah. Maybe 2 actually. 2 older guys. But you're right that it's mostly the young people.
5, 6, 7. Tim Scott.
Draper Nation,
Okay,
stand
so
up.
This panel here.
So
thinks
Nikki
Ramaswamy
Haley got the
won
second
debate.
most,
That
Tell me
surprised
why.
which is
me.
interesting.
Here's what I want to ask you
She
about.
had
Who you
she
thought
had a
did the
couple of
best
like
during this
sane
debate?
takes. I remember. I
Nikki
don't
Haley
remember what.
actually is probably the. She might be one of the smartest candidates running. She definitely understands the spiritual problem that the Republican Party has, like the existential issues that they have for the Republican Party in general.
And that's exactly why they won't choose her.
And its success for future elections. However, she's awful at communicating that in a way that Republicans will respond positively to. In a way, she's like a Democratic Party candidate, because Republicans, and I've said this so many times, Republicans will tell their base, no matter how difficult or how impossible a certain piece of legislation could be to pass, they'll do it. They'll be like, no, we're making abortions illegal. You want it? We're going to give it to you. We're going to give you an AR-15. We're going to give your baby an AR-15. We're making it mandatory. Children without AR-15s are going to get shot. If there's a 30% loyal base of support in the Republican Party, Republican candidates, no matter how impossible it is, they'll say they'll do it. And usually they'll take 35 years to like end up actually accomplishing those tasks, but that's a whole different story, no matter how unpopular it is. Nikki Haley, on the other hand, behaved like a Democrat. What do I mean by that? Democrats always tell you politics is the art of what's possible. I'm sorry. Oh, you want healthcare? What else do you want? You want a unicorn? You want a pony? You want free college? Well,
Right.
we can't do that. We can't do that for you. You're going to shut the fuck up and you're going to vote for us. Nikki Haley's right about the issues of the Republican Party that she very clearly communicated, specifically on abortion, for example, right? But the way that she described how not possible it was.
She was the only one that admitted that abortion is a losing issue. That they keep losing elections based on the abortion thing.
To do an abortion ban at the federal level was literally just saying like, oh, we've never had more than 45 pro-life senators. Like that's an idiotic way to address the issue.
Right.
Just say that it is not as popular as you think it is. Okay?
Somebody did say that, I thought. I don't remember. I thought somebody mentioned that they're like, this is a losing issue. Like the people just don't want. I don't
Did it
remember.
get larger? What just happened?
You know what? It wasn't about abortion. They were actually. You know what? I think
happened?
what you're thinking of is DeSantis
You
about.
got larger.
Oh, my mic is drooping on me.
Yeah.
I
It was
need
DeSantis
some
about,
Viagra for my mic. Go ahead. Sorry, Dan.
It was DeSantis about January 6th. Is what you're thinking of, when he's like really litigating this and talking about Trump is a losing issue.
Yeah, but there
Americans want to look at January 24, 2024,
Yeah.
not January 6, 2021.
Yeah, but in
Sucks.
general, there was like, I guess, mass rejection of climate change and mass. Everybody there is pretending to be like fully pro. Oh, that was one thing that fucking pissed me off during the abortion conversation. Is they're like California and New York and states like that, they allow abortion until they're for abortion until the
This is insane.
day of birth. And I'm like, can we please stop saying that? Like, can we clarify that?
Please. No.
It's so
They will never
fucking
stop.
dumb. Like,
They'll never
you
stop.
moderate.
They will never stop. It's true.
Just correct. Just say something.
Fuck no, they say it too. They say it on their broadcast. Why would they ever
It's
correct
just
that?
so pathetic.
Because that's the
It's
only
not real.
But that's the only valid counter to like the situation. Because the reality on the ground is you got 14-year-old rape victims that are being forced to carry pregnancies to term. You got women with ectopic pregnancies that doctors are terrified to actually abort medically because they don't want legal scrutiny. That is the reality on the ground. People are experiencing that. People are seeing that. Republicans are seeing that. Republicans get abortions too. Republicans have mistresses. Republicans have fucking daughters. Republicans have wives that also want to get abortions or need it in the case of a medical emergency. So they don't want to talk about that. So they always go back to like ridiculous made up shit. The only reason why people
Nobody's
get
having abortion, just casually having abortion.
the only reason why people get abortions in the third trimester is due to
They're
medical
dying. Yeah,
emergencies.
that's it.
Okay, that is like there might be 1 to 5 people that like didn't realize they were pregnant in like a super edge case, but beyond that,
Huh? That doesn't happen.
no, it does sometimes.
1 out of 5?
No, 1 or 5, 1
Oh,
to
okay. I
5.
thought you said 1 out of 5.
No, I'm saying like out of the thousands of abortions,
But you cannot.
we know
you
92%
cannot
happens in the
get
first
an
trimester.
abortion that late unless it's like a medical emergency.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
in California. It's fetal
course.
viability.
Yeah.
You cannot get an abortion after the fetus is capable of living on its
Third
own.
trimester abortions, like last trimester abortions, only happen if there is viability of the fetus at issue or carrier issue. Like if there's an issue that like the fetus is constricting or hurting the life of the
that
carrier.
conversation was just so fucking annoying because like, and they go,
I
"We
think
need-"
there might be some full-blown choice late third trimester abortions though.
I don't think so. Not in
But
California.
like very, very like it's unimaginably slim.
I just don't. I genuinely don't think that it's legal, and I think it's important to make. I mean, we could find out, of course, but they go, "We need." Why can't everybody agree that we need like a 20-week abortion ban? And it's like everybody does agree. they painting out Californians and New Yorkers and liberal states to be like monsters. They just want to kill babies the day before they're born, which is like, it's just so fucking stupid. Yeah, it was frustrating to watch. It was just such a nonsense. Here is the first question of the debate.
Yeah,
We're
it's
talking
rough.
about our boy, Mr. Fudge Rounds. You guys are fact checking the abortion
I
thing?
actually couldn't believe. I thought this was a joke, a satire. At the very most, I thought this was just the opening, but no, it was literally the first question.
I'm looking at it right now. I mean, it's such a dumb
Legal
thing to
until
even.
viability.
Yeah, you cannot get an abortion past viability.
91% of abortions are happening in the 13-week at or before the 13-week
Dude, it's
period.
important to say though that it's illegal to get abortions past viability. Don't even leave open the option that like, oh, you can do this if you want, because once is enough for them. The only time you can do it is if a doctor says that you're gonna die or the baby's gonna die and there's health complications.
Yeah, there's no like doctors get to cut the baby's head off with a guillotine as it's coming out of the womb type shit like that. That
Yeah.
is just like made up. It went viral due to Virginia Kathy Tran, who was asked about a new legislation under consideration or that had passed in several states would allow an abortion moments after birth, made headlines. And in the 30-second clip, a Republican asked Tran whether a woman in labor would be allowed to have an abortion, and she answered yes. Tran later said she misspoke and that such a procedure would not be allowed. She said clearly no, because infanticide is not allowed in Virginia, and that would have happened the moment that was a live birth.
Holy fuck, that's nuts.
So it doesn't even matter. Every single person has said that's completely not allowed, but it doesn't matter. Republicans have been running with that for literally since that soundbite, that 30-second soundbite happened.
If the moderators did even like a gram of journalism, but it's too much to expect. Here is their first question.
Yeah, it's Fox. What do you expect?
Singer from Farmville, Virginia, named Oliver Anthony.
God, I was cringing when I saw this. I was like, oh my.
It's brutal.
God.
It's brutal.
The first
I hate it.
fucking
I
question.
hate it here. Someone please save
Of deep
me.
frustration with the state of government and of this country.
And fat people. That was the main point I saw.
Washington, D.C. is about 100 miles north of Richmond.
Yo.
Richmond, north of Richmond, Lord knows it all.
I'm so fucking sick of seeing
They're all rich men north of Richmond, by the way. Like
All of
every
them.
single one of them.
He's talking about.
Yeah, they're politicians. Like, what the fuck's going on here?
That's the point of her question, I guess. But like, they're all like, not me. He's not singing about me, of course. Singing about these other kid boys on the stage.
What you think, wanna know what you do. Wanna know that you do.
All of them just having to stand there.
Fat
looking at us.
people should die. Rami's loving it. Look at the
It's
big
like,
old beautiful
yeah.
smile.
I'm so touched.
So Governor DeSantis,
No. Keep playing it, guys.
striking such a nerve in this country right now. What do you think it means?
This is such a bad shit
Our
question.
country is in decline. This decline is not inevitable. It's a choice. We need to send Joe Biden back to his basement.
And then, like, he really doesn't even. The amount of times that anyone actually answers a question is like none.
I would like to clear something up
I mean,
about
that's
the abortion
debates,
conversation.
Go ahead.
Really quickly. There are no elective third trimester abortions that are allowed in the United States of America.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
Of course.
Of course, states, however, do allow third trimester abortions. The political term for this is a late term abortion, which is bullshit. That's not a medical term. They made that up. The common law, I guess, the common allowance availability, what is legally permissible is very similar to the New York law, which allows for women after 24 weeks of pregnancy to get an abortion if there is an absence of fetal viability, like we talked about, or the abortion is necessary to protect the patient's life or health. That second part is what Republicans are oftentimes disputing and is what they claim is actually bullshit. They do this trick where they say, oh, well, gestation and like viability outside of the womb due to medical technology actually greatly improved, and now fetuses can live outside of the womb.
Nobody
after,
made
like,
that nuanced of a conversation.
Yeah, it doesn't
Nobody.
matter. Of course, they're
I'm
not going to
just
make that
saying.
nuance, and that nuance also is bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. What do you mean? Oh, viability outside of the womb is important. So, like, what? You have to like get a cesarean C-section, and forcibly carry a pregnancy to term? Like, that's insane. And the second part of the conversation is they don't believe that like the patient, the carrier's life or death.
Oh, Shredder's here. Hi.
That the necessity to protect the carrier is an important one. They think that it's bullshit.
Well, even that would be a less offensive, even though it's bullshit. Because what they said on the stage was just straight up, Democrats, they are just cool with
Murderous.
abortion.
Yeah, they're lying.
I mean, yeah, they're just lying. It's just pathetic. Hi, doggy. It's Shredder. Hi. There it is. What else we got here?
I mean, it's a healthcare procedure. The fact that like these fucking dickheads are sitting there talking about like a healthcare procedure that is medically necessary, that should absolutely be allowed, that is allowed, that doesn't actually even render the process itself, that doesn't actually like eliminate the process. It just makes it much more unsafe for the women, because like abortion bans don't actually stop abortions from happening. It just makes them. It just forces women to get them in back alley abortions, which create health complications later down the line, and infertility. Is just ridiculous. But they have to do it on the basis of law.
No one's stopping abortions. You're not going to stop them from happening. You're just making them more dangerous.
Why would they talk about it from a truthful perspective?
Yeah, because it's right. Everybody was going after Vivek. Chris Christie coming with the master slam, dude.
Tonight of a guy
And this one really offended me, frankly. I took
Easy.
this one personally.
who sounds like ChatGPT.
Excuse me?
You're a big ChatGPT guy.
Hell yeah.
Don't call him a fat one of these debates, Brett, who stood in the middle of the stage and said, "What's a skinny guy with an odd last name doing up here?" was Barack Obama, and I'm afraid we're dealing with the same type of amateur.
So that was
You're just like Barack. Oh my God, they started with the racism already.
a really interesting diss. What did you think about that?
It's true.
He's like a young man with a weird name.
No, that's Barack Obama. Barack Obama said that at the DNC convention, I think.
too.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. He said exactly those same words, which Vivek 100% ripped, but it doesn't matter because Republicans are too fucking stupid for that kind of diss to register. They probably didn't even see that. The ChatGPT one was good, though. It was punchy.
I like that one.
Yeah.
Dork. He's like, four-eyed dork.
Yeah.
Nerd.
Smart loser.
Problem is he didn't keep that energy. Problem is he kept trying to like talk about how like Trump is bad and represents a threat to like America or whatever the fuck he was saying. And he 100% lost the war of attrition on that stage. You could see that he was fatigued by the second half of the debate. Everyone was ripping into him. He was weak.
You talking about Vivek or?
No, I'm talking about
Christie.
Christopher Christie.
Oh yeah, well, you know what Trump would say.
Say he's fat.
Yeah.
Fat
just
pig.
that.
Well, he wouldn't
Just
say
that.
that.
Call him a fat
No,
pig.
he would point
You
to the
can't
crowd and go, "Don't call him a fat pig."
It's definitely not because he hasn't eaten since we started, folks. Don't say that. He needs a meal. He's hungry. Here's Nikki Haley popping off on our boy. Don't talk about our boy like that. Vivek.
Is a win for China. We have to know that. Ukraine is the first line of defense for us. And the problem that Vivek doesn't understand is he
This is
wants
so
to hand
bipartisan.
Ukraine to Russia. He wants to let China eat Taiwan. He wants to go and
What's
stop.
that? You can let her off.
Mm-hmm.
You can. Yeah, they're fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Uh-oh.
I mean, they got to get used to each other. They are pretty much. They'll be cool, right? Right, Shredder?
Hey, be cool.
All right. Thank you, love.
funding Israel.
By the way, sorry, I know you just unpaused, but Vivek's foreign policy is fucking insane. He is like incomprehensible. The issue of Ukraine, I think, surprisingly, I misunderstood what she was saying originally. Ron DeSantis, despite his lack of charisma, has figured out a way to triangulate it a little bit better, where I think that the Republican Party and the Republican Party base of support is going to be way more audibly frustrated with like unlimited amounts of weapons and money going into Ukraine, right? So I think that there is definitely an appetite there for someone to say, we're not giving money to Ukraine. We got to revert those funds to like a war that we care about, like Mexico, which we'll get to in a second, protecting our borders. But Vivek's foreign policy is so wild. It's like the most, I felt like it was the most 4chan style foreign policy I've ever heard, where he's just like, we have to get Russia on our side because they're protecting whiteness and white people, and we have to attack China. Well, he didn't say the white people part. I'm adding that.
Okay.
That's why some far right Republicans like Russia, which is insane. They're such dupes. But
so let's watch this clip and see. Yeah.
Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name? And what the heck?
This is the side by side of what Barack said.
what Obama said.
Yeah.
Is he doing in the middle of this debate stage?
Of a skinny kid with a funny name.
Listen, now that everybody's gotten their memorized, pre-prepared slogans out of the way, we can actually have a real discussion now. Who the heck is this?
What, dude?
Yeah.
That he's straight lifted
Just playing right into it. Oh my God.
that.
Yeah,
greatest
100%.
hits.
Okay, but getting back to it, when we were talking about Nikki Haley, Vivek's foreign policy positions are incomprehensible. Nikki Haley does like a decent job of towing the line here, but I do think Ron DeSantis' take is better. That is better for the Republican Party, at least, where he says like, we need to stop giving funds to Ukraine, like unlimited amounts of funds to Ukraine. And, you know, we need to revert those funds elsewhere. But also, you know, we're not going to stop until, you know, we want Europe to defend Ukraine more. You know what I mean? Like the classic Trump NATO line.
Yeah.
That like Trump is in favor of abolishing NATO. Not really, though. He just wants Europe to pay more.
Right.
For its own self-defense. That's I think that's a decent way to triangulate on the Ukraine issue for the Republican base.
So let's hear what she says.
A win for Russia is a win for China. We have to know that. Ukraine is the first line of defense for us. And the problem that Vivek doesn't understand is he wants to hand Ukraine to Russia. He wants to let China eat Taiwan. He wants to go and stop funding Israel. You don't do that to friends. What you do instead is you have the backs of your friends. Ukraine is the front line of defense. Putin has said, once Russia takes Ukraine, Poland and the Baltics are next. That's a world war. We're trying to prevent war. Look at what Putin did today. He killed Prigozhin. When I was at the UN,
wasn't that epic that Prigozhin's plane just crashed?
I know.
So iconic, Putin.
Yeah, planes just kind of do that though.
It's like he's so unsubtle about it. I mean, what's it been, like 2 weeks?
I'm surprised it took this long. It's
like
Yeah.
a little.
It's been like 2 months.
Yeah,
I'm surprised.
Yeah, I thought it would be way sooner, honestly. Who knows? Who knows?
This long to fucking kill him.
The news is so crazy too. I heard it as like a headline on the radio, and they're like, Prigozhin, who led an uprising against Putin's plane crashed today. They're not even like, yeah, Putin killed him. They're like, his plane crashed.
Well, I mean, that is still technically true.
Well,
yeah,
come
his plane
on,
did
but that's
crash.
not the story.
Usually planes crash after they get hit by anti-air missiles. So,
Yeah.
Well, usually
I like that the Russian authorities, like their statement on it is, you know, well, first they were, you know, seeing who was in the crash because they were trying to figure out if Prigozhin was using his second plane because the second plane landed. He was known to swap planes usually to avoid like assassination attempts such as this one. Now they're saying it was a Ukrainian missile or something like that that fucking took the plane out. Yeah, definitely.
That guy really fucked up. Like he was about to do it. He was about to get it done. And then
you come at the king, you best not miss.
Then he's just like, okay, cool. You promise not to kill me? Putin's like, yeah. You're good, bro. I promise.
I think it's because he does have like broad popular support from the even further right coalition of nationalists, like ultra-nationalists in Russia.
Nobody
so
cares.
He thought Putin would keep him around specifically as a cudgel to be like, look, there's other people that are worse than me out there. But I think he does not respond to betrayal.
Yeah, man.
With forgiveness.
I thought if anybody knew that surrender meant death, I thought it would be him, but at least he didn't kill himself by jumping out of a window.
Yeah, that happens so much. It's just so sad how many Russian people that have
defenestration.
They just jumping out of windows.
They always do that, and then they have like bad tea.
So silly.
That's another one.
Yeah, spoiled tea.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that spoiled tea. It'll kill you, man. It's deadly.
Yeah.
I once had a Lipton that was a few days expired, boy.
Yeah. How did that get there? That enriched uranium. How did that get in my tea? That's crazy.
Hey, girl.
It's like radon, you know. It's here, it's there, it's everywhere. You know, you just don't know. It just happens to be like a million times.
Yeah, it's like how we all have forever chemicals in our blood. It's like that. It's just we have a little uranium around.
And this cup of tea.
Russian ambassador suddenly died. This guy is a murderer, and you are choosing a murderer over.
I thought that was pretty funny. Like, well, yeah. You're going to be a murderer, too, if you become president. Probably in the first day.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's what's interesting. When they did the CNN poll and she actually got 4 votes, I think, she probably got those votes in that moment when she popped off like that. And basically, she's kind of like the old school Republican. She's like the 2000s Republican, like the Bush Republican on the stage. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, but Bush still had charisma. You know what I mean? Bush still had like
not in that sense, but just like the position.
How is Bush moderate? Wait, what?
That she's taking.
All I'm saying is the Republican Party Okay, let me say this much. Mitt Romney was a revamp for the Republican Party. They had noticed that Latino immigration was changing the American demographic. They were looking at places like Texas. They were looking at places like New Mexico, Arizona, and realizing that like they need to retriangulate their message to be more welcoming of the Latino population and not just cut straight up racial agitprop.
Mm-hmm.
Mitt Romney failed, and then Donald Trump came in to the fray, and he completely demolished that. He was like, no, we're not doing that. We're calling Mexicans rapists. And everyone was like, oh, holy shit, this works. This works really good. One thing that they actually even realized was, oh my God, like Texas Latino voters, 70% of Latinos in this country, Hispanics in this country, self-identify as white, by the way. Just an important little factoid for people to understand. They love that shit. They didn't give a fuck. They were like, oh my God, that's awesome, especially older voters. So then they dropped this kind of civility politics and trying to focus on the optics for just straight up dropping the dog whistles and screaming with a bullhorn. And for that reason, I think Nikki Haley is, you're right, running on an old Republican Party agenda, but there's not a lot of appetite for that on the ground, on the voter base.
It's an old playbook.
This was my favorite moment of the night. One of them, anyway. DeSantis being the pathetic loser he is. Watch this shit. So good.
If former President Trump is convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would.
Look at this dork.
It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Oh my God. He literally looked at Vivek to see what he was doing.
Former President Trump
Dude, the body language there.
He's such a loser.
The fact that he's looking around, coward.
And like the little shoulder twitch, just like all of it. Every part of that.
Would you still support him as your
Painful. What a fucking bozo.
party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would. If former President Trump is
If I have to.
convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as?
So there it is. You know what I mean? Oh, and finally, Vivek. Am I saying his name right?
You've said it different.
Vivek.
Since I corrected.
Every time he changes it.
Gave up. I just say
Vivek.
Vivek. I know it's like supposed to be Vivek.
Yes.
Oh, Vivek?
Yeah, like cake.
Oh, Vivek.
But-
Okay, Okay, now I know.
You
blew it, Viv.
But that's wow.
Vivek.
It's oddly specific, Zach.
So here is Vivek. He's ready for revolution, baby. And he won over Tim Pool on this one for sure. Civil War. Let's go. As long as you're on the front line, brother.
Do you want a super PAC puppet, or do you want a patriot who speaks the truth? Do you want incremental reform, which is what you're hearing about, or do you want revolution?
Okay.
And I
Dude, this guy scares me. Oh, like a lot.
stand on the side of the American Revolution.
No more incremental change, damn it. We need war.
Kaya.
That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Vivek.
Yeah, he also has really fun ideas like doing it like a civic test, like a civics test to be able to vote between the ages of like 18 to 24 or something.
Yeah.
Which is wild.
Why?
Really, really fucking stupid.
Just service.
And he also
guarantees
fucked it up.
citizenship. What's
And he
the
claimed that he fucked it up. He fucked his own personal civics test by claiming that the Constitution is the reason why the American Revolution succeeded, when the Constitution came much later.
Yeah, decades later. Oops.
Well, meanwhile, back at the ranch, as they say, Trump refused to participate in the debate. However, he rendezvoused with his bestie, disgraced Tucker Carlson, for some exclusive counter-programming that took place at the exact same time as the debate.
Okay. All right, we can skip this. I don't think we really need to watch it again. Right? Yeah. That's fine.
So,
Darman also very
Why
sexy.
are they both holding themselves?
Because they're sexy.
They're hot, dude.
They're fucking hot.
Why are you holding your
They're
shoulders,
fucking hot.
Daddy?
Darman's got that that haircut that absolutely no one his age should have. You know, he's just great.
But his content is
Like I said, his content was the greatest, but he did wrong by his employees, and I don't stand for that. I think it's fucked up.
Still, shit.
Telling you,
he's gonna win.
He's gonna win. You can't beat that.
Are you nominated for what?
For like 3 things. I don't know exactly what.
You'll lose to Shetty.
Whatever
I think I'm in the news category, just chatting streamer, maybe streamer of the year, probably. Usually those are the 3 categories that people put me up for. Not sure if I'll win this year, but hey, you know, we're gonna go out there and
leave it all on the field.
Yeah.
We're gonna win podcast this year.
Good luck.
Doubt.
Do you when you win? Do I technically win as well? Because leftovers
I
part
thought
of the
about that.
H3
I
umbrella?
don't think so.
No, yeah, he does. He definitely does.
Did you say I don't think so?
I was like, nah, I don't
This
think
fucking
so.
guy, dude. 5% is everything.
I don't-
Dude. What do you mean? I win
You know,
5% of that.
You're nominated for 3 events. Just enjoy your own.
4 because technically best podcast.
Best podcast.
You're not nominated.
Thank you,
for best
Dan.
podcast.
You got it, man.
Yeah.
No, I think it's more about us than you.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
I was like, should Hassan come up on stage with us if we win? No.
I'm 100% coming up on stage.
I'll be like, not you.
Okay, so streaming started on Sunday.
Not
no,
you.
I'm running up there. I'm rushing to the
All
stage.
right,
Like,
come on
thank you
up.
so much for this award for me.
Yeah, you'll accept the award.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Now you have to be there because if you win and you're not there, I'm taking that award.
That if I'm not there and we
Yo.
win, please, you can go up and nab it.
I'm gonna be
I
like,
thought you were gonna finally motivate him to want to go with that.
But,
yeah, I really
me or
thought
Hassan's
reverse
gonna steal my
psychology would work.
thunder.
Yeah.
Nothing's worse than that.
All right.
Guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Hassan. Thank you to all of our wonderful Republicans out there debating their hearts out, putting it all on the line. Thank you, guys. Have a great day. See you next time.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay. Okay. Time for Dark History. Holy fuck. Oh god. It's an hour. I'm so tired. It's 1 a.m. Shit. Dude, I said it. There was too much. I'm so excited about this one too. Tyson. You know them, you hate them. Maybe we can just save it for tomorrow though, like a fun day thing. It's not that fun. It's gonna be very dark. This is actually dark history, dark. Let's see. Okay, we got the Vivek shutting down public education, which is fucking insane. We talked about Nikki Haley's abortion thing, which is like the only sensible thing from the whole night. Oh, Nikki Haley owning Vivek. I don't think they showed this.
Mentioned, you get 30 seconds.
So the reality.
30 seconds is 30 seconds. Mr. Ramaswamy, you were mentioned. You get 30 seconds.
So the reality is that today, Ukraine is not a priority for the United States of America. And I think that the same people who took us into the Iraq War, the same people who took us into the Vietnam War, you cannot start another no-win war. And I do not want to get to the point where we're sending our military resources abroad when we could be better using them here at home to protect our own borders, protect the homeland.
All right.
That will be my top priority for
The homeland.
Then the 30 seconds in the rebut.
The homeland. From what, dude? From what?
So I do want to get to some other people because everybody, we respect everybody's time here. So, Governor Haley, you did not raise your hand, meaning that you would support more funding for the Ukraine war. You have said of Governor DeSantis that you didn't appreciate it when he initially called it a territorial dispute. Why?
First of all, the American president needs to have moral clarity. They need to know the difference between right and wrong. They need to know the difference between good and evil.
Yeah. No shit. Saying the most basic things, and then they call you like a rhino.
When you look at the situation with Russia and Ukraine, here you have a pro-American country that was invaded by a thug. So when you want to talk about what has been given to Ukraine, less than 3.5% of our defense budget.
My favorite commentary from Hassan all day was calling them Ruthuglicans. Peak.
Has been given to Ukraine. If you look at the percentages per GDP, 11 of the European countries have given more than the U.S. But what's really important is go back to when China and Russia held hands, shook hands before the Olympics, and named themselves unlimited partners. A win for Russia is a win for China. We have to know that. Ukraine is the first line of defense for us.
She doesn't even look like a rhino. No, like RINO, like Republican in name only. Funny though.
And the problem that Vivek doesn't understand is he wants to hand Ukraine to Russia. He wants to let China eat Taiwan. He wants to go and stop funding Israel. You don't do that to friends. What you do instead is you have the backs of your friends. Ukraine is the front line of defense. Putin has said once Russia takes Ukraine, Poland and the Baltics are next. That's a world war. We're trying to prevent war. Look at what Putin did today. He killed Prigozhin.
The timing of that.
I was at the UN, the Russian ambassador suddenly died. This guy is a murderer, and you are choosing a murderer over a pro-American country.
It's downright un-American. What do you love Putin? Do you love the USSR? Are you some kind of commie?
First of all,
Mr. Ramaswamy, you have 30 seconds. Mr. DeSantis,
Nikki, I wish you well in your future career on the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon.
I'm not on
but the fact of the matter,
Lockheed and Raytheon. Ooh, wait, that was actually kind of a sick dig.
Raytheon, and you know,
Boeing came off of it, but you've been pushing this lie. You've been pushing this lie all week, Nikki.
You want to go and defund Israel? You want to
okay, let me address that. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm going to address each of those right now. This is the false lies of a professional politician. There you have it.
Your watch,
so the reality
make America less safe. You have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
And you know what? The foreign policy experience that you all have.
And it shows. Look at her face. She's like, I fucking got him.
Shows in the pointless wars we've gotten into. I have to address that. So our relation.
Who are all these people cheering for more funding to Ukraine, dude? Who are you? Why?
With Israel will never be stronger than by the end of my first term. But it's not a client relationship. It is a friendship. And you know what friends do? Friends help each other stand on their own 2 feet. So I will lead Abraham Accords 2.0. I will partner with
Yeah, Ukraine just needs to bootstraps their way out of a war.
Israel to make sure Iran never is nuclear armed. But you know what I love about Israel? And I've been there probably in the last 10 years more than most people on this stage. You know what I love about them? I love their border policies. I love their tough on crime policies. I love that they have a national identity and an iron dome to protect their homeland. And so, yeah.
We gave them the Iron Dome. We built the Iron Dome for Israel because we have similar defenses already. So, come the fuck on. They didn't mean to cheer for Ukraine. Yeah, who knows? It's a mess.
Yes, I want to learn from the friends that we're supporting. And what puzzles me is, I want to learn from those and apply those to protect our homeland, Nikki.
Israel
that is the
needs
answer.
America. America needs Israel.
Okay, Governor DeSantis, you were mentioned in the territorial dispute. Not only...
no, it's not a territorial...
I mean, that's kind of true. Like, America doesn't need Israel, but, like, it gives them a lot of, like, power politically to be, like, just entrenched in all the governments that they can be, you know? Okay. I'm over it. Give me fun things. Give me fun.
And commissions for queer icons like Troye Sivan and Dolly Parton. His first gallery show in California 15 years ago was curated by RuPaul himself, and his life has only gone gayer since then. Recently, Paul celebrated his 10-year wedding anniversary with his husband Dennis. They were married.
Cute.
They were married in a group ceremony in front of the U.S. Supreme Court during the fight for marriage equality. Paul is the co-founder of the You Will Rise Project, an organization that empowers those who have experienced bullying to speak out through art. Here you go.
Hi, happy Pride Monterey! This is such a thrill to be here with all of you today. My first Pride was over 20 years ago in Columbus, Ohio, and there were more protesters than marchers, but I knew I was on the right team because we were a lot cuter than they were. And even though we were surrounded by all that hate, it felt so empowering to be there with my community. Growing up in a small town, that my community existed. I knew that I was different. I was always getting in trouble for wearing my mom's clothes and pretending I was Snow White. And so, like a lot of queer people, I learned the survival skill of hiding who I was, playing a role that wasn't me. So today I want to...
Dude, I've been too scared to go to a Pride for like 3 years. I'm like, don't feel safe there. Also, they do get like lots of like bomb threats and shit. This is nice and it is happy, but like also I can't help but think of all the people who don't have that.
To share a quick story with you about the exact moment in my life when I abandoned my people-pleasing ways. All right, are you ready? The story takes place, strangely enough, at a Shania Twain concert in the early 2000s. So I had just come out of the closet. I was a baby gay, and I heard on the radio that they were having a contest at the Shania Twain concert for men to dress in drag because of her song, Man, I Feel Like a Woman. Yes, thank you. And the prize was front row seats and backstage passes, but honestly, I was just more excited to get to go out in public in a dress. So I worked all week on my costume. I had a mini skirt, halter top, wig, heels, nails, the works. I don't do anything just a little bit. You could probably tell that today. And so the way the contest worked was before the concert started, each of the contestants would walk out on stage one at a time, and the winner would be chosen.
It's a hell of an outfit.
Chosen by audience applause. And you can imagine my utter delight when I showed up that night and there was only one other contestant, and he was just wearing jeans, a flannel shirt, and a cheap plastic wig. So I could already envision myself sitting on some leopard print couch chatting it up with Shania after the show. I do have a lot of delusions of grandeur sometimes. So the DJ walked out on stage, he introduced the contest, and I should say too that this was at the peak of Shania's popularity. So this was at a sold out arena, 15,000 people in the crowd. And so the DJ introduced the other contestant first. He walked out on stage, stood there, and the room erupted in applause. I was standing off in the wings, just bubbling over with excitement. And then the DJ introduced me, and I, of course, strutted out, sashayed across the stage, worked the room just like I imagined Shania would. Only the thunderous applause that I was expecting didn't happen. It was dead silence.
No.
And then all 15,000 people started to boo loudly because I did not realize that a crowd at a country music
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Fuck.
music concert in the early 2000s might not appreciate seeing a man who looked like he was enjoying dressing this way. I was just shocked and humiliated, and I just stood there as 15,000 people booed at me. So something clicked though in my head right in that moment, and that's what I want to share with you. I somehow realized that all 15,000 of those people were wrong, and I looked damn good.
True. Real. Crazy how that many people can be wrong at once.
Thank you. Now, I was able to walk off stage and hold my head up high. I didn't win the contest, but I won something better that night. Pride. Pride. Pride in myself and people like me who challenge society's rules about gender and sexuality. Pride that is not dependent on anybody else's approval, permission, or validation.
I love him. I love him so much.
Pride that can only come from deep within ourselves, and pride that I wish for all of you here today. Pride, this is a celebration of queer joy, but showing up is also an act of bravery. And I know from personal experience that our community's acts of bravery are not always rewarded with applause, even though I think they should be sometimes, especially today. So I'm going to ask all of you in a minute to help me right a wrong that happened 20 years ago at that concert. And this is not just for me. This is for anyone who has ever been made to feel unwelcome, unloved.
I'm gonna cry. I'm not crying, you're crying.
Or unappreciated. So when I say the magic words, courtesy of Shania, let's go girls, I want to hear, not yet. I want to hear everyone cheer and clap as loud as you possibly can. And I want to invite all of you to soak that up, fill yourself up with it, and carry it with you forward as we go together fighting for equality and freedom together. Are you ready? Hold on. Let's go, girls.
Oh, no DMCA. I'm sorry. I want to play it. I want to, but I cannot. They're so cute. I love them. Oh my god. Delightful.
Process my request.
Wait.
Why is my card not working? Unable to process
Go
my
back.
request.
Stop it. Stop it. I want to share his channel. He's like a small artist and does stuff like this. It's very cool. Paul Richmond.
Unable to process my request. Why is my card not working? Please f***ing
Wait, I think I watched this already. Wait a minute.
This right here, what looks like a grape with a sinus infection, is actually a baby elephant, just about ready to, well, be dropped from
God, Jesus. Jump scare,
5
dude.
feet. And start things off with a bang to the head. It's an exciting event for everyone. The whole herd gathers around and celebrates. It's quite cute and loud, but they should celebrate. That baby's been up in there for almost 2 years, so when it comes out, it's fairly well baked. It takes a minute or two to get used to its new surroundings. I mean, he's not in Kansas anymore. You know, if Kansas were a mucus-filled placental sac inside the uterus of an elephant. But in no time at all, this baby is standing up on its own. First things first, it's guided to the nipples. We should all be so lucky. And there they are. Could benefit from a dab of lotion by the looks of it. For the next 3 to 4 years, the baby will nurse in its mother's care, supported by the other females in the herd. Sometimes it takes a village. These elephant babies can sometimes be a handful. Look at this one, it's throwing an all-out tantrum. Probably just passed by a Chuck E. Cheese. That demon robotic mouse that calls to children. But it's a good thing that there's some time for the baby to learn how to elephant. You gotta get your feet right, but there's more subtle things like caring for your skin. Elephants have quite the beauty regimen. Luckily, they use foundation and powders that are quite cheap and readily available. Throw a bit of dirt on the back, maybe a mud bath. It's worth it because listen, this is no ordinary skin. Now up close, it doesn't seem like their routine is addressing the wrinkles. But in this case, the wrinkling is on purpose. Elephant skin doesn't just have wrinkles, there's wrinkles on the wrinkles. And the closer you look, the more you find. Unlike our skin, which flakes off when it dies, elephant skin sticks around and forms thicker and thicker layers as they age. And this wrinkled mess can do some magic tricks. Look at that. It's amazing. It's like a giant...
Wait, the skin just stays? That's so cool.
Elephant-shaped sponge. And having skin that can hold on to water like that is very important. Elephants can get hot, very hot. They have the highest ratio of volume to surface area of any land animal. Too much body and not enough skin surface to cool off. They don't have sweat glands except for a couple between their toes. Those aren't going to do shit, so they have some other tricks. For one, they have these little hairs all over their body, not like a luxurious mane. More like the smattering follicular landscape of a testicle. One question, though, is why do they have hair at all? Doesn't hair make you warmer? Now, you might think that it's just evolutionary leftovers, sort of a slowly balding woolly mammoth. But it turns out that when hair density drops below a certain threshold, having hair switches from something that keeps you warm to something that helps you cool off. And it appears that that's what's happening. The hairs themselves help get rid of heat. Their giant ears also act as heat exchangers. Waving them around cools down the blood that runs through them. I know what you're thinking, Naughty Bits. Those veins there remind me of the veins in a human testicle, which also shed heat to keep sperm from overheating. Elephant
It's like the third testicle mentioned.
testicles are inside the body.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Any sluts? Wait.
Pokémon, plural. I said, son, what?
Listen. I need this song. Please. Please? Hey, I'm a slut.
Wow, do you really think I'm hot enough to be a slut? Aw, thanks. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Post a titty, make a sip nut. Proud bitch, I smile when I suck. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter if your dick's cut. Always swallow, I heard it's good luck. Hi, I'm a giant whore. Got boys and girls always at my door. Fuck everyone till I'm sore. 3, some 4, some or more. Yeah, I'm a world-class hoe. Get dick down everywhere I go. I like it fast, like it slow. And I always got that post-nut glow. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, call me slut, it feels great. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, I like my pussy 8. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Post a titty, make a sip nut. Proud bitch, I smile when I suck. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter if your dick's cut. Always swallow, I heard it's good luck.
Hey bitch, like, do you wanna fuck sometime?
Ew, no thanks.
Oh yeah, well, fuck you, bitch. You're a slut.
Oh, you think I'm a slut? Thank you. Oh my god, I'm so honored. That's so sweet of you. I'm trying to be the biggest fucking slut in the world, but not with you. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, call me slut, it feels great. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, I like my pussy 8. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Post a titty, make a sip nut. Proud bitch, I smile when I suck. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter if your dick's cut. Always swallow, I heard it's good luck.
No, I missed it. Fucking AirPods cut out.
But not with you. So honored.
I'm sorry.
So sweet of you.
I'm sorry. I need it.
Biggest fucking slut in the world, but not with you. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, call me slut, it feels great. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, I like my pussy 8. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Post a titty, make a sip nut. Proud bitch, I smile when I suck. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter if your dick's cut. Always swallow, I heard it's
Nice
good
hoodie.
luck.
God, it's such a good song.
body in basically the hottest place. There's something called the hot testicle hypothesis. It's a good band name. It says that elephants might not get cancer because they've evolved extra proteins that are...
Wait, is it really called that? I feel like this is not real. What?
It says that elephants might not get cancer because they've evolved extra proteins that are constantly protecting and repairing heat-damaged sperm. Anyway, I digress. Wait, is this one flipping us off? Oh, we're totally getting flipped off by an elephant trunk right about now. But let me tell you, those trunks are quite something. Segue. You know, in the womb, they actually have an upper lip that's separate from their nose.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so fucking cute. A little baby. Just taking a nap.
But those fuse together to form the trunk. Here, try pushing your upper lip forward while flaring your nostrils. Hold that, right? Well, nothing to do with an elephant, but you look like an idiot. The trunk is made up of connective tissue, a tiny bit of fat, and tens of thousands of muscles that go the long way, the short way, and roundsy-bouncy. Much like the tongue, the trunk contains no bones and no cartilage, but by coordinating those muscles, it can do all sorts of things. It's quite strong, especially nearer up to the top. You can see one working out here. Must be a warm-up set because they can lift up to 700 pounds.
Yo, what? Wait, what? They were very creative. Yo, what? 700 pounds? For what?
Which is the equivalent of 701-pound weights. For those of you who are into the gym things, the trunk is also quite stretchy. The skin and connective tissue on the top surface of the trunk is stretchier than the bottom, while the bottom is stiffer, stronger, and more grabby. The trunk is lined with special sensory hairs called vibrissae. On the bottom of the trunk, they form rows on either side. The science hippies think that this helps them balance things in the curl of their trunk, like this watermelon. But the tip
oh, it's so cute.
Has the most hairs and is the most sensitive, as tips are wont to be. Depending on the species, the trunk ends in one or two things that basically act like fingers. And I'm sure that science hippies attempted to fake this research with hand puppets. The combination of a
For real. It looks like a puppet. It really does. Yuck.
flexible trunk and these fingerlings means that they can pick things up in all sorts of ways, depending on their shape and how big they are. And those finger parts are capable of some very fine movements. Look at this one peeling a banana. Not exactly how I do it. It gets the job done. And look at this one, delicately picking up a tortilla without breaking it. Now, the trunk isn't a hollow tube. Those two nostrils run down the length of it. And that means it can get sucky, which provides yet another option for picking things up, but can also function a bit
Sucky. Hey, yo, chill.
like a straw. Not an all-the-way straw, though. It is a nose, after all. And you know what it feels like to get a nose full of water all the way back. So when it sucks, it doesn't suck all the way. It holds whatever is sucked, and then it can squirt it back out into an appropriate orifice, or wherever the it wants, really. Elephants eat sticks and leaves and other crap a sensible person might rake up and throw in the green bin for pickup. Now, if you've tried, you'd know that it's not all that easy to eat those things. Imagine if the toothpick was the appetizer. But they have some good equipment. African elephants and male Asian elephants have tusks, which are their incisors. Female Asian elephants will often have little tiny incisors sticking out, called tushes. It's called a tush. Tusks and tushes don't help with the chewing, but they can scrape some bark off now and then. The business end of the mouth is in the back. Elephants have some big
Nightmare fuel. What the fuck is that?
ass molars back there, about the size of a brick. This is one, even though it looks like several. They chew all that woody crap front to back, not side to side like we do. And those teeth wear down. Luckily, they have 6 sets throughout their lifetime. When a new molar comes in, it doesn't come from below. It comes from behind. The old worn-down tooth is pushed forward, and then it breaks off in segments while the roots are reabsorbed. Once the
Wait. That's kind of cool. I'm jealous. Why don't our teeth do this?
last set of teeth comes in, that's it. Those eventually wear down, and if the elephant lives long enough, it'll die. Makes sense, doesn't it? Anyway.
Aww.
They chew everything up into a pulp, and then that pulp gets fermented inside of their body. That creates gas. Told you.
Okay, I didn't need that.
But the whole process only extracts about 20% of what went in the other
Stop.
side. The resulting dung still has some nutritional value. It's a pre-digested morsel for whoever wants another go at it. And many do, including other elephants, ones that don't have the patience to wait for it to drop. So they get after it, so to speak. I mean, we
Ew. Ew. What? Ew.
heard it, but imagine a snake trying to escape into an elephant or into something. Bastards and make all sorts of sounds.
I don't need that.
There's the classic
God damn, what the fuck is happening?
trumpeting sound, which sounds a bit more like a lion trapped in a tuba. They can drop that down low, and it sounds like a giant horse that's not impressed. By pinching the front end together, they can go up high. Sounds like demons. Likely because they're making two pitches at once, one from each nostril. And if they pinch it real hard, it can
No, I think it's a demon.
sound like the squeak fart of a birthday balloon. Now, if they squeeze further back and inflate the trunk near the head,
I had to throw in the elephant
they
part.
can make a sound like a coffee machine that just ran out of water. There's this sound, which is very impolite. We won't speak of it again. Sometimes they push air into the sinus cavities in front of their face and make these strange inside throbbing sounds. And at least one elephant has figured out that if it modifies the shape of its mouth while making sounds with its trunk, it can mimic the vowel sounds of human words. This one's saying chowa, or good in Korean. Not bad, is it? Now, all of this is well and good if you live in groups like females do. But if you're a male, you might be alone and miles away from other elephants. For that, they got a whole nother system, and it starts with their feet. Elephants stand tippy-toe, with the back of the foot supported by a high heel of fat. Their toe area and their heel area have nerves in them that are particularly sensitive to touch. Both of these features help the elephant feel and listen to vibrations in the ground. Look, this one's listening to see if something's afoot with his foot. By stomping their feet or making low rumbles, elephants can create seismic waves that travel for miles through the ground, which is apparently louder than a man having a tantrum. When they reach another elephant, those waves travel up through the fat and through the bones of the elephant and up to its ears. The bones inside of the elephant's ear are especially large and tuned for these low-frequency vibrations. In this way, elephants can not only hear other elephants miles away, but they can figure out the direction too. Sometimes a group of elephants will even arrange themselves like a compass to better figure out where the sound is coming from. Pretty smart, right? Well, elephants are smart, at least according.
That's actually so cool. They're so smart. Didn't know elephants spoke Korean. Yeah, what? I don't even know how the fuck. I don't even know if that's real, honestly.
To them, they're also narcissists. Elephants have some big brains. Look at that one. It's dead. They have roughly 3 times the neurons of a human brain, but they only have 1/3 of the neurons that we have in the thinky parts. But you get what you get, and they do seem to know how to use what they have. I mean, look at this. They can move objects and use them to reach high up food. If you put one in front of a mirror, it gets all into it. But the science hippies wanted to test if the elephant knew that it was looking at itself. So they painted an X on its face. And look at that. The elephant touched it. It knows what's up, and it was totally checking itself out in the mirror. They seem to be aware of their own bodies. If you ask them to give you a handle that's attached to a mat that they're standing on, they understand that they have to move off of it first. And they can do teamwork too. You give them a 2-pulley situation where you can't go it alone, and they wait for another elephant to help out. Here's a variation on that, where there's still 2 pulleys but just 1 basket of food. Look at that, the big one takes it all
That's
for
so
himself.
mean.
What a dick. I mean, at this point, you're just f***ing with elephants. One of the areas where elephants have a lot more neurons than humans is in the part of the brain that deals with smelling. They're very good at it, and they can remember smells for a very long time. Here's an elephant casually walking by a pile of crap from an elephant she doesn't know. Gives it a sniff, as is the custom, and moves on. Now here's the same basic setup, but the turd is from her daughter, who she hasn't seen in 12 years. Now when she takes that whiff, she gets all excited.
Aww.
Goes back to check it out, ears flapping. It's like recognizing the perfume of your first crush. I mean, if they wore shit. You can do this experiment, by the way, and you don't need 12 years. Just go to Grandma's, take a shit in the living room, and hide in the closet. You'll know she loves you if she's happy to find it. Anyway, the daughter and mother were reunited, by the way. It'd be pretty messed up if they didn't do that. Now, starting at around 20 or 30 years, male elephants will sometimes go into something called must. Their hormones go crazy and they get all horny and aggressive. Sort of like intense puberty, but it gets very leaky. Like they're peeing, for example. Normally, elephants pee like this. Very straightforward, to-the-point peeing. But in must, they often don't drop their penis all the way, and it
I don't think I can show this.
comes out in a dribble. And look at that, he's thwapping it with his tail. It all helps to spread the scent of this sexy time urine. And if that wasn't enough, they start leaking out of these temporal glands on the side of their head. That stuff stinks too, and they waft it around by flapping their ears. These smells actually have information about how fit and strong the male elephant is. Now, females might use this to judge the quality of a potential mate, but other males use it to figure out who's most likely stronger and would win in a fight. And that way, you can ideally avoid the fight altogether. One issue here is that females are... Jerry, why is this one kicking his penis? Is it part of must? What if it's not? Don't show it. It'll give people ideas. Well, it could become one of those TikTok challenges, and then everyone's kicking their dicks, Jerry. You want that?
God.
All right, let's move on. One issue here is that females are only...
That is something TikTok would do.
...down for it in short windows of time, and males and females don't live in the same herds. So it's always a booty call, literally. Both females and males have a hookup rumble that can travel for miles. Here you can see science hippies playing a female estrus call and a confused
science hippies
male trying to figure out where it's coming from. Apparently that's what you do with a PhD, catfish an elephant. Now, when they do find each other, it's all over fairly quickly. A lot of build-up and stinky urine for about 45 seconds of payoff. And it's a bit of a clumsy affair. Not really built for the Kama Sutra. But it is cute that the male rests his trunk on the female. And sometimes, like in this shot, if the female is inexperienced or the male is particularly large, other females will gather around to give a bit of support and comfort. It's very sweet. You can do it, Ethel. You're doing great. And soon enough, a new little elephant baby will be born. What, Jerry? How would they do it? Oh, you mean the kick your own dick challenge. Jerry, you don't even ask questions like that. I'm telling you, the young kids are so impressionable that you get, Irish dancing. That's what it would look like, Jerry. You know that sort of the hacky sack kick they do? I mean, if you practice that, I'm sure you could kick your own dick. No, Jerry, that's cheating. You can't have somebody else kick your dick. That's not even the same challenge. And I bet they already did it. Oh, that's a good question, Jerry. Can you be lying down while you do it? Like you're in a sit-up pose and you use your heel? See, that's interesting because it's exercise. Forget hip classes, Jerry. These days, it's all kick your dick.
Yeah, gotta work those hip flexors, y'all. Right. On that note, I think that'll be all for me for this evening. I'll be back tomorrow for a dark/fun Friday. Thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate you. I will see you tomorrow. Drink some water, take care of yourself.